Πρόεδρος.
Καλημέρα σας. Κυρίσω την έναρξη της συνεδρίασης. Το επόμενο σημείο στην ημερήσια διάταξη είναι η έκθεση του κυρίου Σιμέτσκα σχετικά με την ανθεκτικότητα των κρίσεων.
Here we're talking about the first point, which is the resilience of critical entities. We're going to give the floor now to the rapporteur, Mr. Szymanska, Vice President of the Parliament. 4 minutes, sir.
Thank you very much, Mr. Chairman. Good morning, colleagues, dear Commissioner. It is quite an honor for me to stand here and present to you the result of an almost 2-year-long legislative work, which was grounded in extensive debate, consultation with stakeholders, member states, and the European institutions. The initial promise was to deliver on a Europe that protects, which in practice also means strengthening the resilience of the critical systems underpinning our way of life and our internal market. And today, with the CER directive, the EU is in a position to deliver on that promise. Before we vote, let me just have a brief overview of what has transpired in Europe while we were working on this file, which also provides the strongest arguments for why the European Union needs a new piece of legislation to better protect its critical entities. Right before the Commission rolled out its draft, the COVID pandemic broke out, infecting and killing millions of Europeans and disrupting our healthcare, our economy, and our societies. Later, while we were negotiating this law or this directive, Russia launched its brutal aggression against Ukraine. And since then, the European Union has been facing an unprecedented increase of sabotage operations on its critical infrastructure, from the energy sector to transport services, or experiencing an increasing number of hybrid attacks on its public institutions. And in the meantime, the climate crisis has been burning and flooding our continent from Greece to Portugal, Sweden to Italy. And all of these crises, all of these events have also served as sort of a compass for the co-legislators as they were fine-tuning this directive. Now more than ever, we must prove to our citizens that the European Union protects their lives, protects their jobs, their companies, the essential services that affects the daily lives of our citizens and eventually the entire European Union. Therefore, our ambition with this directive is to strengthen the ability of critical entities to cope with these risks to their operations while improving the functioning of the internal market in these essential services. There are 11 crucial sectors covered, and this directive addresses the various measures and requirements that its implementation will adequately respond to both natural catastrophes and man-made attacks. And I trust that our joint compass throughout this process has brought solid rules and establishes the cooperation, coordination and information flows among the member states, among the entities and the European Commission, which will strengthen the preparedness for these incidents and the response to these incidents and eventually its evaluations, because resilience is not just about preventing a risk, because a disaster can always occur. The crucial thing is how we cope with that and how we, as European Union, bounce back from it. Moreover, this is reflected in the legislation. There are entities which have a pan-European dimension because they operate simultaneously in several member states, and a risk to their operations is therefore a risk for the single market as a whole. And this directive then puts a special focus on these entities and on the cross-border cooperation of these entities which are of particular European significance. Finally, I would say I'm delighted that our mutual work, and this is thanks to you, Madam Commissioner, thanks to my colleagues, shadow advisors, or shadow rapporteurs, advisors in the European Parliament, and our counterparts in the Council, have resulted in what I believe is the best possible legislation. It is a big step for the European Union, and I really hope that this Parliament will broadly support it by adopting our interinstitutional agreement later today. Thank you very much.
Σας ευχαριστώ. Το λόγο τώρα έχει για την Επιτροπή Βιομηχανίας.
Thank you very much. For now, for the Committee on Industry, Research and Resilience.
Could be slightly moved, changed headline, resilience of critical entities and slightly naive and sometimes stupid minds. Why? After the collapse of the Soviet Union, many member states thought that we are living in a problem-free world. I think the home country Commissioner Johansson actually abandoned obligatory military service after 1990, thinking that we don't ever need military operations in Europe. And then all of a sudden, on February 24th, we are waking up to a new reality, a very bitter reality, actually, where we are going to need all the things we actually discussed during all the discussions around the critical entities file. Many member states thought the need for a comprehensive directive on critical entities was useless, so they didn't even implement the old directive of European critical infrastructure. 14 years after this directive, we finally managed to agree on a directive that could actually highlight the importance of keeping our critical entities safe. We don't know how much we actually lost during these 14 years. But what we are losing now because of lack of an appropriate way of addressing critical entities, we are losing lives. And that's sort of the real issue for today. But I hope that we are going into a better future with this directive. Thank you.
Σας ευχαριστώ. Τώρα για την Επιτροπή Εσωτερικής Αγοράς και Προστασίας.
Thank you very much. Now for the Committee on Internal Market and Consumer Protection, Mr. Agus Saliba has 1 minute.
We all depend on essential services such as energy, transport, water, digital infrastructure, health, production, and also food distribution. During the COVID-19 pandemic, countries had to work together to protect the health of the population while avoiding disruptions to the free movement of people and the delivery of goods and essential services throughout the European Union. The recent sabotage against Nord Stream pipelines is another example for our energy infrastructure's vulnerability. Pipelines and underwater cables are essential infrastructure that connect European citizens, companies throughout the world. In an increasing interdependent world, it is in the interests of all Europeans to protect those services and infrastructures that play an indispensable role in maintaining vital societal functions, our economic activities in the very internal market. As a rapporteur for the IMCO opinion, I support the agreement and believe that the new rules come just at the right moment to strengthen and prepare the resilience of the European Union as a whole. We don't always have to wait till something negative happens, and instead be prepared and resilient for sudden disruptions and crisis situations, being pandemics, being wars, or even natural disasters. Thanks a lot, and also well done again to the rapporteur.
Σας ευχαριστώ και τώρα το λόγο εξ ονόματος της Επιτροπής.
Thank you very much. Now for the Commission, Mrs. Johansson.
Thank you, President. Good morning. In a few hours, we will celebrate 70 years of European Parliament. From very humble beginnings has grown to this great house of European democracy. And as members of this House, this is for you a moment of great pride and solemn reflection, as it is for me a great honor to speak here, today and every other day. Today we speak about the resilience of our critical infrastructure. I think about the resilience of the Ukrainian people. Last Tuesday, Russia launched 100 missiles, leaving 50% of Kiev, 80% of Lviv and 90% of Ternopil without electricity. The goal? Let me quote Andrei Gurylyov, a Russian State Duma representative. This is what he said. 1 week after all electricity is cut off, the city of Kiev will be swimming in shit. There will be a clear threat of an epidemic. The words of a Russian lawmaker, not mine. How calculating, how callous, how cold-hearted can you be? To call on national TV to freeze, starve and terrorize civilians into submission, showing us the will to destroy critical infrastructure, a blatant disregard for human life, of a regime that is hostile to the European Union. Just think, there is a map somewhere in Moscow pinpointing hospitals, power plants and water supply as targets. At the end of September, in the shallow waters of the Baltic at 80 meters deep, a series of explosions tore gaping holes in the Nord Stream pipelines, one of them 50 meters wide, causing on the surface a maelstrom of boiling water 1 kilometer wide. Up to 400 tons of methane escaped. An act of sabotage, and it's not yet clarified who did it. But it happened just after Putin's mobilization, just when Russia was conducting fake referendums, and just before Putin's illegal annexations. About 2 weeks later, unknown perpetrators paralyzed rail traffic in North Germany, disrupting rail links to the Netherlands and Denmark by cutting fiber optic communication cables. The attackers are so far unknown, but the message is clear. We know where you are weak. We know where to strike, anytime we like. At the meeting of G7 last week, I made clear the EU utterly condemned these acts of sabotage. We will not be intimidated. We will not tolerate these wanton attacks. We will defend ourselves, and we can do that thanks to you, thanks to the political agreements this Parliament reached with the Council this summer. First, to strengthen our cybersecurity. Russian cyber attacks against Ukraine already caused damage in the EU, disrupting the internet in Central Europe. The NIS2 directive you approved with overwhelming majority will help us fight cyber threats that do real-world harm. And today, you will vote on the directive improving the resilience of our critical entities, greatly expanding the sectors we will protect, beyond energy and transport today. Also banking and finance and space, drinking water, wastewater, health, food, and more. Sharing information on incidents much more quickly, while allowing member states to protect sensitive information. We need to do more. Last month, this Parliament called on member states to protect critical infrastructure as a matter of priority. And here in this Parliament, President von der Leyen announced further steps. As a result, we proposed a Council recommendation. We are asking member states to carry out stress tests. That's our most urgent task right now, to make sure our critical infrastructure can resist any act of sabotage or attack. Starting with the energy sector under such brutal attack now in Ukraine. And we call on member states to start to implement a directive on critical entities already now. Adopt or update national strategies already now. Already now, start to identify entities critical to society and the economy. I expect swift entry into force early next year, but it will take nearly 2 years to write this directive into national laws. And we cannot afford to waste a single moment. When rockets have already fallen on European soil, let's build up our preparedness already now. Crank up our response through the Union Civil Protection Mechanism already now, and scale up our cooperation with the NATO and other international partners already now. Honourable members, we must never forget attacks on infrastructure are attacks on people. So, dear Michail, dear Rapporteur Zimecka, dear Shadows, thank you for helping to protect Europe and protect people. You completed your important work not a moment too soon. More attacks may come, worse attacks may come, and when this House passes this legislation today, we will be better prepared to meet them. Thank you.
Σας ευχαριστώ, κυρία Επίτροπε. Το λόγο...
Thank you very much, Madam Commissioner. The next speaker is Mr. Mandel, Committee of Foreign Affairs. President, Madam Commissioner, critical infrastructure. Of course, this is vital infrastructure, and it's crucial that the European Union addresses this as a whole, addresses these infrastructures for the case of an emergency. So I'd like to thank the rapporteur, thank you, the shadows, for the excellent negotiations. Three things were very important in this negotiations. Firstly, who is responsible for a critical entity? If they're responsible, they should be appreciated by the public. We have to clearly communicate that this means something for security, for quality of life, for care, preventing crises. And then what is being done for the public has to be financed by the public. And that means that we should not have additional burdens added if someone is responsible for a critical entity, but we have to make it possible that it functions. And thirdly, it's very important to have food supports. Hybrid attacks have demonstrated that food supply chains towards Europe are very important to ensure. And it's also important that, just like any other kind of critical entity, we have to have prevention of crisis and cooperation. Thank you very much. Mr. Tsimbaski, 1 minute.
Thank you very much, President, Commissioner. I'm completely in line with this proposal, the CER. Also, the opinion of the Committee of Transport is important. Transport is important. Critical entities should be preserved. But when we're on this topic, let me talk about a discrepancy that I found here. We're talking about connectivity in this report, about making assessments on these entities, but there are member states that continue to block Bulgaria and Romania on acceding to Schengen. Between Russa and Bucharest, it's about 70 kilometers, and you have to travel for 12 hours. How do we do it, Commissioner? Well, you know, there's a discrepancy between what we say and what we do. It's been 12 years that both countries meet all requirements, but they're not part of the Schengen area. And I think this is completely unjust to Bulgarians, to Romanians, to the infrastructure, to everyone. So when you're talking about all these topics, I think you should first look at the accession of Bulgaria and Romania to Schengen so that we have a complete space of security and we can work together. Thank you.
Thank you. Next speaker are the groups. First, from the EPP, Mr. Demir.
Thank you, President. Commissioner, our infrastructure is vulnerable, and that's clear to everyone. In recent years, we've seen an increase in hybrid attacks due to both climate change, but also internal threats such as terrorism. And that's without even mentioning the pandemic or the war, which has undermined the security of our entire continent. Today, more than ever, it's important to defend our critical infrastructure, make them more resilient, and to ensure that they can function correctly in favour of our economies and the single market. As we've heard, the risks are clear. If these critical infrastructure are to be interrupted, it could lead to a chain reaction, in fact, not just in the member state in which the infrastructure is located, but in all member states. Therefore, we need to strengthen all laws that aim at increasing resilience of this infrastructure and which serve services and our economy. Were there to be interruptions. We also need to ensure that the legislation extends to the agro-food sector, as these are also strategic infrastructure. Ensuring that we can ensure the functioning of the agro-food chain is vital for our economies and our societies. And you have to remember that during the pandemic, for example, we were able to avoid that the agro-food system was held up, and so we were able to ensure supply and distribution of food.
Thank you very much. For the S&D, Mr. Vitenov, 2 minutes.
Thank you. Thank you, Chair, Madam Commissioner. Well, I would like, first of all, to thank the rapporteur and, of course, all the shadows for the excellent work that they have managed to provide, because I'm absolutely positive that, especially after 24th of February, nobody is going to underestimate the importance of this file, since we are witnessing how the peace and democracy depend on the level of security and on the strength of our critical systems, transport, energy, water, and so on and so forth. Well, critical entities are the providers of the essential services, and I'm increasing in this increasingly interdependent union economy. They play an indispensable role in the maintenance of economic activities in the internal market. And I remember in the beginning of the negotiations that we were discussing the essence of the essential services. I'm glad that during these negotiations this definition was finally precisely detailed, and it includes also the safeguarding of public health and safety, the environment, and not just the continuation of the economic functions. I'm also glad that in these negotiations we were guaranteeing the additional financial support to those critical entities. Also now every member state should be required to adopt national strategy to guarantee the resilience of the critical entities, to carry out regular risk assessment, and based on this assessment to identify critical entities. Also, entities that provide services to 6 or more member states will be subject to specific oversight. So I think that a lot of improvements were made. And I'm sure that with the adoption of this legislation, we will be absolutely better prepared to face any future challenges before the European Union. Thank you.
Σας ευχαριστώ για την ομάδα Renew Europe. Το λόγο έχει τώρα για 1 λεπτό ο κύριος Γκρούτος.
Thank you very much. For Renew, Mr. Grutus.
Yet another piece of well-crafted and much-needed and warmly welcomed legislation protecting Europe's critical infrastructure is key in making Europe safe and prosperous. Thank you, dear Rapporteur. It's just like the NIS2, like you mentioned, dear Commissioner, and the Foreign Direct Investment Screening, the Democracy Action Plan, but also the Economic Coercion Instrument. But what do these files have in common? Against whom are we protecting ourselves? Let's be clear. The reality is we're protecting ourselves against a small number of 3 countries who have something in common, namely an offensive intellectual property theft program directed against us. The second thing is they want to thwart the liberal world order. And thirdly, last but not least, they are willing and able to do so in our own backyard, here, extraterritorially. That's the problem. It's Russia, Iran, and China. Let's name these 3. We might believe we live in peace with the world, but yet they declared a conflict against us. And yet we formulate generic responses. But, dear Commissioner, country-specific problems require country-specific legislation against these 3 nations. That's what we'd like to see in future. And thank you very much.
Σας ευχαριστώ για την ομάδα των Πρασίνων τώρα το λόγο.
Thank you very much. For the Greens, 2 minutes, Mrs. Gregova.
Thank you, Chair, and dear colleagues, dear Commissioner. The geopolitical climate for Europe is getting harsher, and we step up our efforts to secure vital entities in our single market as a whole. We respond to the growing impacts of climate change and to gaps and vulnerabilities that opened up in the pandemic. And this directive really well complements our new DORA Act on financial services and our newly updated NIS2 directive for the resilience of digital infrastructure. And my colleagues already mentioned several other important legislation that has been built up in this House, and this is one of them. This is where the magic happens, too. It lowers the bureaucratic burden by creating a single point of contact for businesses on these 3 and more legislations and streamlines requirements and reporting. This is a huge success and showcases the true potential of what benefits the EU and cooperation in general can bring. I am also happy to see that the risk assessment by Member States will now include cyber threats and risks for cross-sectoral or cross-border nature. This has been an important addition, as we see our adversaries increasingly blurring the lines in their attacks and switching between domains. I was hoping that the spirit of security cooperation and open access will prevail, in the form which I proposed, that we will find ways to regularly publish findings of the Critical Entities Resilience Group for the general public for use in academia and security research, of course adequately anonymized. Unfortunately, we still have some trust to build in this, I see. That, of course, does not hinder the important work that has been done. This directive is timely and relevant, and it is my hope that Member States will diligently transpose it into their national laws, together with DORA and NIS2. Thank you.
Thank you very much. The next speaker for INFAID is Mrs. Sadona.
Thank you. An European Union priority should be to protect critical infrastructure that is vital for the working of our society and our economies. In recent years, we have seen a number of IT attacks that have led to serious difficulties for a number of different countries with serious impacts on services for citizens. We have to ensure greater security, particularly for public administration. Recently, they've been subject to cyber attacks and are running the risk of being terrorist targets. The links between infrastructure is increasingly global, and so we need to protect them. We have to ensure the agro-food sector as the most critical sectors as well. We have to remove bureaucracy for private companies and ensure that we provide support for SMEs. Europe needs to focus on defending its citizens and the security of EU countries as its greatest objective. Thank you.
Thank you. The next speaker for the ECR, Mr. Brudzinski. 1 minute.
Thank you very much, President, Madam Commissioner, ladies and gentlemen. What we are witnessing today in Ukraine, the barbaric acts of Russians who cannot be victorious on the battlefield, so they are attacking infrastructure, mainly crucial infrastructure. This means attacks on the most important cities in Ukraine. And that shows us that no country in Europe is safe from Putin. Last week, due to those barbarian rocket attacks mentioned by Madam Commissioner, and I would like to thank her for what she said, because it was very true and it was very reflective of what the actual experience of Ukrainians. So due to those barbaric attacks, we had a situation where in Poland, in a member state of the European Union, 2 Polish citizens died because a rocket fell on Polish territory. So all those on the left side of the chamber who are attacking Poland, a frontline country, a loyal country, let's remember all those unwise attacks where Poland was being protected from a hybrid attack from Lukashenko and Putin, where so-called tourists were trying to be brought into Poland as refugees. How many potential terrorists or Putin's agents or Lukashenko's agents could have been hiding among those? We heard about potential acts. You have to listen to Poland. Thank you very much.
Thank you very much, Mr. Lutgen.
Ladies and gentlemen, dear citizens, The citizens of the EU live today much worse and with less security than just a few years ago. Unfortunately, the leadership of the EU is trying to convince us that this is due exclusively to the pandemic and the war between Russia and Ukraine. However, facts indicate that coronaviruses have always been around and are here to stay. They will continue mutating, as has been the case so far. The problem lies in our reaction to the pandemic, which has taken many lives, especially the bad use of ventilators, which was responsible for the deaths of millions of people. The war in Ukraine, who has cut cheap energy flow to the European citizens? The European leadership. We did it ourselves. You have to be aware that wars lie in human nature, and war will exist even if only 2 people remain on the planet. The idea that wars will disappear because of the existence of the EU is naive.
Merci, Monsieur le Président.
Mr. Lutgen. Thank you very much, Commissioner. President, this text goes in the right direction. It affords greater protection to critical infrastructure for Europe, particularly in health and food sectors. The pandemic has made it apparent that we need to protect these important, these vital sectors for Europe. So I'm talking about health, food provision and energy. So it's about shielding ourselves from cyber attacks. But I would say that the Commission should go further. Our independence, our sovereignty is so important in energy sectors, in the digital sectors, in the food sectors, in the health sectors, and even defense. So we need to go further so that we're not dependent in the future. Let's look at the decision that was made here. We decided to have 100% electric vehicles by 2035. That makes us dependent on China. Look at China. China is buying up airports in Europe, but these are strategic sectors, strategic areas where the Commission needs to go further to protect Europeans and to protect our independence and our autonomy. Thank you very much.
Thank you. Now, Madam Grappini. President, Commissioner, colleagues, we have often talked in very technical ways, and this can often be difficult for citizens to understand. What do critical entities mean? What it means is that with this directive, we're looking at how we can strengthen the resilience of a certain number of sectors that are important for citizens' lives, health, and so forth. These are all a number of different areas covered by this directive. If certain member states have weaker sectors in critical infrastructure, then this is going to have a domino effect on the whole of the internal market. And so what this means is that we need to have proper understanding and proper coverage in national law through this directive. The infrastructure in these sectors have to be of the highest possible quality in order to ensure fair competition on the market and to ensure that there is uniform resilience, because we have a single market. And so, Commissioner, I'm turning to you to urge that Bulgaria, Romania and Croatia should be allowed into the Schengen area in order to ensure that we can all work on security as well. Now I give the floor Mr. Kona.
President, dear colleagues, Madam Commissioner, sabotage on the Nord Stream cable sabotage in Germany. We can't be naive when we're talking about critical infrastructure, and especially a European voting as to an agreement as to what is critical infrastructure. It's absolutely crucial. It's important that we have this debate and that we move forward with this directive. We have to take a look at which kind of authoritarian countries want to have interests in our critical infrastructure, which ports, which airports, etc., how we should better protect our digital infrastructure, how we can avoid damage. We have to look at that. We have to be critical about critical infrastructure. And I think the new directive is doing this. Thank you very much to the rapporteurs. This is a very important step to protect our critical infrastructure.
Thank you. I now give the floor to Mr. Berendsen. 1 minute.
Ja, dank u wel, voorzitter. Een belangrijk stuk wetgeving vandaag, omdat...
Thank you, President. This is highly important legislation now because of how important it is to protect our critical infrastructure. We can see how vulnerable our energy infrastructure is. The same goes for our data. Here in the EU, we're working on this legislation, and member states have to ensure that they're not opening up their doors to external interference. 22 doors in Europe have been opened to Chinese investment. And we are giving space to foreign investors who will be able to exert an influence on these important points. We have to stop selling things outside of our European doors. We have to ensure that we maintain our own competitiveness. Free trade does not mean giving our infrastructure to other people. For our economic security, we have to ensure that we keep all of this under our own control. Thank you. I now give the floor to Mr. Kovarek for 1 minute.
Děkuji, pane předsedající, vážená paní komisařko, pane zpravodaji, kolegové. Vývoj v posledních letech nám jasně ukázal, že ochrana kritické infrastruktury.
Thank you very much. If we look at events in recent years, it's become clear that protecting infrastructure is not just a military task. There are cyber attacks. There's been the COVID pandemic. There's been the war in Ukraine. All of that has made it apparent that we are facing major challenges. It's also clear that there is increasing vulnerability of our infrastructure, and the whole system could be paralyzed if we don't act in Europe and throughout the world. I'm glad that this new text takes this into account. There's an expanding of the scope, now including heat, water, electricity, and even financial services. This text gives us many instruments that allow us to prepare ourselves in order to deal with the risks and challenges. I hope that the governments of the member states will actually use these instruments fully. Thank you.
Thank you very much, Madam Virkkunen.
Esimees, komissar. Euroopa kriitilise infrastruktuuri häirimise võimekust tuleb parandada nii füüsilise kui küberinfrastruktuuri suhtes. See seadus...
The text in front of us, as well as the CER directive and the NIS, these are very important steps to strengthen our system. In recent months, we've seen that things can happen because of attacks from Russia. And we've seen in the European Union how the Nord Stream 2 has exploded, and in Germany, the train infrastructure has been sabotaged. That's why we have to react together, and we have to ensure our cooperation with NATO, strengthen that, as the Commission pointed out in October. It's very good that in the proposal in front of us, we see 11 very critical sectors being covered: the banking sector, water, health, food. These are all very important critical sectors that have to be protected.
Thank you.
Thank you, Chairman. President. It's rare that we're in such agreement about a text that is so important and necessary. This directive is vital if we are to adapt our responses on our critical infrastructure. So this is a moment to congratulate ourselves. We have to thank the French presidency for the last-minute agreement that was reached. But it's a fact, we can't allow these attacks. In Spain, just 1 month ago, There was attack on the judicial net neutral point, a system managed by the General Judicial Council, which connects the different public administration networks. The hackers accessed millions of pieces of sensitive data, ID cards, income declarations, bank accounts and addresses, even information on labours and companies. They're all part of these connected networks, and they got their hands on everything. All of the databases of the tax service, the social security service, the police, the foreign affairs service, the traffic services. And these are the main vulnerable points of today and the future. In Ukraine, they're attacking the electricity grid, communication services. This could be devastating to our society, but we are reacting. And we can be happy, but we need to act swiftly. We need to look at the vulnerabilities that affect our society. Thank you very much, but this is the day we can pat ourselves on the back.
Thank you very much. That brings us to the end of the political group speeches. We now have Catch the Eye. There are 3 requests for the floor. All 3 will be given the floor. Lexman for 1 minute, please.
Welcome this directive I was calling for since the beginning of my mandate. As Putin continues to wage his brutal and aggressive war against people of Ukraine, he is also continuing in his attempts to weaken and divide our democracies. Disinformation, cyber attacks, espionage, strategic corruption of businesses and political cycles. That's why it is crucial that we seek attacks on critical infrastructure in this broader context and develop necessary tools. For this reason, I welcome the Protection of Critical Infrastructures Directive and the extension of the scope to 11 sectors in order to better reflect the scale of the threat. However, we can never adequately protect ourselves if we allow malign regimes to invest in our critical infrastructure. The case of Nord Stream 2 must be a lesson not only for our dealings with Russia, but also when it comes to Chinese Communist Party and others. Such regimes must never again be allowed to use our critical infrastructure to undermine our resilience. Thank you.
Σας ευχαριστώ. Το λόγο έχει τώρα για 1 λεπτό ο κύριος Λόπες Αγγιλάρ.
Thank you very much. Mr. Lopez Aguilar, 1 minute. Thank you, President. This Parliament welcomes the revision of the directive strengthening critical infrastructure and entities. It helps to strengthen the security of European unions in face of increasing hybrid attacks, particularly as a result of Putin's war against Ukraine. And it will increase security beyond energy and transport to other sectors, such as banking, for example, or all digital businesses. And healthcare as well, public health. However, I'd like to make one extra comment. The European Parliament is celebrating 70 years today. Normally, that's when someone would be retiring, but this Parliament should be feeling younger than ever right now. Perhaps we need to modernise our language, therefore. When we're talking about critical entities, do Europeans outside of these doors know what we're talking about? No, we have to be clearer. Let people understand that we're talking about their security in faced with sabotage and attacks against fundamental rights. Thank you very much, President.
Σας ευχαριστώ. Το λόγο έχει ο κύριος
Thank you very much. Mr. Lekas for 1 minute.
Madam Commissioner, I would like to join in and also express the words of congratulation and to express a hope that this document will be approved. Colleagues spoke about the dangerous instances of attacks, attacks, for example, against infrastructure in Germany. Putin is using these hybrid attacks as a way to fight his war against the Ukrainian people and driving millions of lives into danger in Ukraine in winter. Colleagues, I think we must all support this proposal and we must observe how these decisions will then be implemented on the EU level and in the member states, since only by acting in concerted effort and by using common funds we will be able to protect our infrastructure. I agree. I especially welcome the fact that now the directive covers 11 sectors because the food supply chain was very important during the pandemic.
That brings us to the end of the Catch the Eye procedure. Now, on behalf of the Commission, I give the floor to Commissioner Johansson.
Thank you very much for this important debate. It clearly showed that we all agree on the importance for better protecting critical entities and the importance of this legislation that you will vote on today. I will again reiterate my special thanks to Rapporteur Šimecký and the shadows, but also, of course, to the French presidency and the Council that managed to have a swift agreement on this important legislation. We have to take responsibility together as a union. And the best action we can take right now is to make sure that we are ready for what is to come. The directive will soon enter into force. It's now up to the member states to use it to full effect ahead of time and to carry out the stress test, to bolster our preparedness and response, to protect our infrastructure and our people. Thank you.
Thank you. I now give the floor to wrap up the debate, the rapporteur, Mr. Šimecký.
Thank you, Mr. Chairman, Madam Commissioner, dear colleagues. Thank you so much for the discussion and thank you for the support. It is quite rare that there is such a broad consensus in this Parliament from the left to the right, and not just a consensus and agreement on this text that is going to be voted later on, but also a consensus and an agreement on the kind of threats that we face and on the kind of actions that we need to take. I note that a lot of you colleagues have approved of the expansion of the sectors that will be covered in this Directive to 11. I'm also happy that there's strong agreement on that. I should also mention highlight that the philosophy of this directive is somewhat different from the last one, and I appreciate that. I think this is also where there's a consensus that we're moving from just protecting particular pieces of critical infrastructure, assets and buildings and whatnot, that we're moving to a philosophy where we're focusing on the resilience of those essential services. And I think this reflects this new and dangerous world that we're entering, where the risks can't all be eliminated. There will be threats, there will be incidents, and we need to be clear with our citizens that not with this directive, not with anything we can do, can we eliminate all the risks flowing from natural catastrophes to war to hybrid sabotage attacks. What we can do, though, is to minimize those risks and to make sure that when incidents happen, we are prepared and our entities, be they public or private, are able to bounce back and carry on with the services that are essential for our societies and for our single market. And this is what this directive does. This is what it's for. And with its approval and with its implementation, the European Union, its citizens, its single market will be all the more secure. So let me again thank so much to the Commission, to the French Presidency, to all my colleagues from the political groups. And I would just reiterate the call of the Commissioner to Member States to implement this as swift as possible. Thank you so much.
Thank you. This concludes this debate. The vote will take place today. Now on the agenda, we have recommendation for a second reading from Lara Walters and Evelyn Regner on gender balance among non-executive directors of companies listed on stock exchanges. I give the floor to Madam Walters, rapporteur, for 4 minutes.
President and dear colleagues, around 60% of graduates from our universities in Europe are women. And yet, out of every 100 CEOs of listed companies in Europe, only 8 are women. In my own country, the Netherlands, often upheld as a progressive bastion, there are more CEOs called Peter than there are women CEOs. And the reason for their underrepresentation in the boardroom is not a lack of merit or talent, it's structural problems that disadvantage women in their careers, particularly when they want to take on leadership roles. Spoiler alert, the law we have before us today won't solve all of that. For that, we need quality and affordable childcare, we need better paternity leave, we need part-time work to become accepted for men, and let us not forget that most women work not at the top, but in jobs that are hugely undervalued and underpaid. But what we are doing today will be a step in the right direction. The law we are signing tomorrow aims at getting at least 40% of board positions of listed companies to be filled by women through better recruitment procedures with clearer criteria, more transparency and broader candidate pools. Member States have until 2026 to achieve gender-balanced boards with measures put in place to make sure that they do. And I think we all stand to win. Companies stand to benefit from looking more like the consumers they serve. It's unsurprising that research has shown that companies with more diverse teams are more creative, more innovative, and have better problem-solving abilities. Diverse leadership, in turn, can lead to more productivity and more successful business operations. And yet, at the moment, only 3 in 10 board members in large EU corporations are women. And zooming in on Hungary, Estonia, Cyprus, that is 1 in 10. Those boardrooms are not a good reflection of society, especially when thinking of the fact that these companies are heavy hitters that take decisions that can impact all of us. As you may know, a lot of my work in this House is about how we make sure that companies don't only think about their bottom line, but also about their place in society. In 2022, we expect more from companies, and that goes from gender equality to respect for human rights, climate change, and the environment. That's why I sincerely believe that we all stand to benefit from this, employees, consumers, citizens, and yes, companies themselves. If a member state recently introduced legislation, they still have to meet the targets we're talking about today. Otherwise, they are subject to this law. And that means that either way, all 27 member states will see more women in their boardrooms in the near future. That's a big deal for Europe and certainly for the 18 countries inside our EU without effective legislation. Now, of course, there are those who will say quotas won't work and that this will lead to appointments based on gender rather than merit. I think it's about time that we left that argument where it belongs in the previous century. We've tried asking nicely. We've tried waiting for the old boys' networks to die out and to no avail. Quotas are a blunt instrument, yes, but where there's a lack of will, you need a law. This law is a significant achievement and, frankly, a victory for all of those who have campaigned for it since 2012, and to those I wish to pay tribute. Most of all, though, I think today is a victory for girls who, as we very well know, cannot be who they cannot see. Thank you.
Σας ευχαριστώ. Και τώρα το λόγο έχει...
Thank you. I now give the floor to the rapporteur, Vice President of the European Parliament, Madam Regner. 4 minutes. Thank you.
Dankeschön, Herr Vizepräsident.
Thank you very much, Vice President, Commissioner. Thank you, Lara, for the excellent cooperation. This directive has long been needed. What's in the pipeline is the result of teamwork. Mostly women. It's across party lines, across institutions, and over legislative terms as well. It's about greater equality, but also a more normal situation. Companies looking the way they should. If that's going to happen, we've needed a lot of work. We have been focusing on this for 10 years. I've been the rapporteur on this for 10 years, working passionately on it. And I wanted to get rid of the current balance, and now we've done it. This directive will ensure that on executive boards, qualifications will be first and foremost. By the 31st of June 2026, we will be better depicting society, greater diversity, changing companies from top down. The selection of boards will look at the selection procedure, and it will be often what we have is a poor selection procedure which affects companies and candidates. So we're now going to be focusing on transparency and performance. It is economically difficult at the moment because of the pandemic, because of inflation, because of the climate crisis, because of the war in Ukraine. That's exactly why we need strong companies in Europe. And we can only have strong companies if women are on board and are leading the way. We need to use all of their expertise. If we do that, then companies themselves will get a boost. They'll get the best qualified people. That's what it's all about. Any companies who does this should go on a positive list, showing that they're setting an example for everyone. But we know that without binding measures, nothing will happen. That's why effective, proportional sanctions are needed, so that in selection procedures, things are being complied with. So these might be naming and shaming, publication, fines, or exclusion from public procurement, whatever works. Of course, good measures need to be taken, and the authorities need to check what's happening. That is included in this directive. I think the aim of the directive is clear. We want more women in positions of power, but there are many measures that need to be taken. The aim there is to ensure parity in the workplace. However, there's another important component of this directive. It's the time to effect positive change for companies so as to ensure the equality of men and women in all swathes of society. That's why we in the European Parliament are more than proud of this. After 10 years, we finally managed this. So I really, really want to thank all of the wonderful shadow rapporteurs. I want to thank this great team that always work together. I want to thank Commissioner Dalli, who has fought really hard. I also want to thank the representatives of various presidencies, the French, the Czech, but also in the past there was the Luxembourgish and the Maltese presidencies. I want to say that because we showed solidarity, we stood together over so much time, but it has shown that it pays off. So I think this is a great day for all of us. Thank you very much.
Thank you very much. And now on behalf of the Commission, Commissioner Dalli.
Thank you, President, honourable members. Thank you, Lara Walters, and thank you, Evelyn Regner. And you really captured the spirit of this legislation this morning when you say that girls cannot be what they cannot see. And it's exactly that. And after 10 years of negotiations, the Directive on Gender Balance on Corporate Boards is finally becoming European law. With the adoption of the directive, we will empower women to reach their full potential, move to a new chapter of EU gender equality policy, And again, girls will now start trying to be what they can see. So we'll turn that statement over its head, hopefully, with this. So Europe has many, as we've heard, qualified women, as 60% of current university graduates are female. Nevertheless, this investment in women's education and training is not mirrored in the positions they hold in decision-making, as women are still underrepresented in high positions, including, of course, on corporate boards. This is a clear waste of human capital. We have made progress in the past, but not fast enough, and, as we know, not everywhere in the European Union. So the Gender Equality Index, published every year by the European Institute for Gender Equality, shows that at the time of the proposal, women represented only 12% of board members across the EU, compared to 31.6% today. And the share of women in business management across the EU at the national level ranges from 8% to 46%. So data also shows that member states which introduced binding measures like gender equality targets made the biggest progress, while the advancement triggered by voluntary initiatives was much slower and less sustainable. So when self-regulation does not bring the desired effect, EU regulatory action is necessary. And this is precisely why this directive is so urgently needed. So the directive addresses the lack of transparency in the selection process and the lack of objective qualification criteria, which constitute the main obstacle to achieve gender-balanced representation. In this way, the directive ensures that the selection of board members is gender-neutral and merit-based. The directive should not be seen as a burden on companies, but as a tool to bring concrete benefits to European and national economies. Evidence shows that a broad range of talents and skills and an inclusive and diverse approach in the boardroom contribute to better decisions and corporate governance, increase public trust in business, and drive economic growth. And this is particularly important in the current turbulent economic situation. We need all hands on deck to recover and reboost our economies and achieve a union of equality. Thank you for your hard work. Thank you so much.
Oikein paljon kiitoksia komission jäsenelle.
Thank you very much, Commissioner Dalli. The next speaker is from the groups. So we hear from the groups now. The first speaker will be Ms. Carvalho on behalf of the EPP. President, Commissioner, colleagues, today we make history. After a decade of the Parliament insisting, we are making this directive a reality, the Women on Boards Directive. We're sending a message for the future, a message to men and women alike. The aim is to protect the underrepresented gender or sex. But this is particularly a message to young women. To young women, we say, believe in yourselves, believe in your talent, believe in your determination. They will play a crucial role as you try to reach high-ranking positions. We're talking about boards, but we could be talking about any part of society. Women make up 60% of new graduates from universities in the EU, half of the workforce, but they are only 31.5% of boards or executive administrative bodies. We say that this directive must be about merit, and I completely agree. That's exactly what the underlying ambition of the directive is. This is a step that will benefit all Europeans, because we can't squander the talent that is out there. We need the best and the brightest, men and women in decision-making positions. I'd like to thank everyone who refused to give up over the past decade. I really want to thank those who began the process. It was Viviane Reding, the former Vice President of the Commission, who did that. Thank you very much.
Kiitoksia, kollega Carvalho. Ja sitten
Thank you very much, Ms. Carvalho. The next speaker is Ms. Fritzen on behalf of the S&D.
Thank you very much, Madam President, Commissioner. 6 of 10, that is the percentage of men in executive boards. 7 of 10 are men, and that's because men are uniquely qualified to be on boards. It means that they have used their power to ensure that they're on boards. So that means that this will contribute to more gender equality and a better competence in boards. So I would really like to congratulate the rapporteur on their excellent work. In 1 decade, we have been fighting together for something that should have been a matter of course, that these boards represent all the knowledge and competency of the society. And on a board, you're talking about an even distribution of power and influence, but also better decision-making. And that is beneficial both for enterprises' growth and society. And in order to have a sustainable and equal EU, you need a sustainable distribution of power and resources. And that means we have to continue to prioritize equality, because as a society that is equal doesn't happen by itself. So that is why this is a welcome step in the right direction. Thank you for giving me the floor.
Tack paljon. Kiitokset kollega Fritzon ja sitten uudistuva
Thank you very much, Ms. Fritzen. The next speaker is Ms. Rafaela on behalf of Renew.
Het is een historisch moment.
Thank you very much, President. This is a historic moment. Finally, perhaps in just a few years, we will have women in important decision-making roles. It's a question of their future and the future of younger generations. And in 2022, women should be around the tables, making decisions on important issues for our societies. This will allow us to have more innovation and creativity. It'll be better for businesses if they have a better balance. It's also positive to have women on boards. It's beneficial for businesses. Everyone will benefit. Businesses don't realize. It's good that things are changing, new measures are being taken, and thanks to this law, we are going to be able to see what's happening. The companies who do this will be visible, we'll have a list, and those who aren't doing this will also be seen. So this is really a historic moment, and we should celebrate.
Paljon kiitos, kollega Rafaela. Ja sitten vihreiden ja
Thank you very much, Ms. Rafaela. Now, on behalf of the Greens, I give the floor to Ms. Hersberger Fofana.
Madame la Présidente, après plus de 10 ans,
President, after 10 years of negotiations, the European Union has adopted this directive, the aim of which is to ensure better treatment and better opportunity of equality between men and women. It will break the glass ceiling as regards women's participation in key listed companies. There are various favourable measures for the second sex, because the current imbalance of power between men and women is not acceptable. Some member states tried to halt the implementation of the directive, but others have changed their position. Others have evolved, such as my the government of Germany, which is more feminist and more intersectional. From now on, 40% of non-executive positions will be held by women by the end of 2026. 33% of all administrative posts will be granted to women. This initiative is a victory for women. It sends a clear message. We need more women in listed companies. It's obvious that skills and merit will be the criteria you need to fulfill to accede to a position. However, we think it's important to add a few things to this directive. It should be impossible to enjoy legal redress. So it's therefore up to the company in question to show that it complied with the rules. If there is a selection procedure, there should be ethnic diversity in the short list of candidates as well. This diversity would include qualified women, regardless of their cultural origin, their sexual orientation, their age, or their religious belief. In the long term, what we want to see is that there be parity for all posts. This would be in line with EU objectives. That would be the bedrock of a rainbow society that is also participatory and inclusive. Thank you very much. Thank you very much, Ms. Herzberger-Fofana. I now give the floor to Ms. Anderson on behalf of the ID Group.
Dankeschön. Thank you very much. Binding quotas for women in the boards. Yesterday we were concerned about qualifications. Now we're concerned about the correct gender. And this is why we're fighting not to have any importance attached to gender, that men or women is now becoming the most decisive criteria. And that is not progress. That is a step back. This is a step back in a Marxistisch, ideological, so-called better world in which you have an elite which is making the decisions about what they think are the needs of the population. In other words, people who are fanatical about improving the world, people who wanting to force you to be part of their club, and they don't make happy people. They create oppressed people, and a world in which people are oppressed, that's not a better world. Rather, it's an authoritarian, dictatorial world. I don't want to see that, and I hope you don't want to see that either.
Paljon kiitos, kollega Anderson. Ja sitten...
Thank you, Ms. Anderson. The next speaker is Ms. De La Pisa Carrion on behalf of the ECR.
Commissioner, colleagues. We're talking about 40% of non-executive positions, or 33 if it includes executive. Should this be celebrated? Yes, of course, presence of women will enrich and improve results. We should praise women's talents and be proud of our nature and the contribution we can make to decision-making. However, this actually puts limits on the presence of women. We're seen as less worthy. But this doesn't help. What we should be doing is trying to show women's worth. It stifles freedom of choice for business. It should be for the company to decide on the composition of its board. That shouldn't be political interference. The legislation should be in line with its national legislation, not European legislation. Quotas are discriminatory by way of a system. They are unfair. It's the thin end of the wedge. Now we're talking about sex. Why not gender? Could it also be race or ethnic origin? This is a lack of respect if we only focus on people's characteristics and not on the people. We should be looking at people's training, their experience, their capacities. Collectivization converts us just into a group. We no longer have names and surnames. It increases prejudice, and it means that we lose sight of the real battle. Methods such as these only increase divisions. Thank you.
Paljon kiitokset, edustaja De La Pisa Carrion.
Thank you very much, Ms. De La Pisa Carrion. Now, on behalf of the left, I give the floor to Ms. Aubry.
L'adoption de la directive.
The adoption of the Women in Boards Directive is a good piece of news, but it speaks volumes about European inaction on gender parity. Everyone in this hemicycle knows that it took 10 years to adopt this text. And there was reluctance. This is not really about gender equality, it's about parity between bosses. If you listen to people in Brussels, you'd think that the patriarchal system was over. But what about people who are carers? What about people who work at the checkout? Women make up 60% of people who get the minimum wage. Actually, women in general get 36% less in their wages. So we focus a lot on the 40 listed businesses in France. But what about the fact that many women have suffered violence at the hands of a man? 1 in 20 women have been raped. I don't think it's enough. We can't say that I don't think we can say that we have ended this patriarchal system. There's still a lot of work to be done.
Paljon kiitos, kollega Aubry. Ja sitten olemme...
Thank you very much, Ms. Aubry. The next speaker, we've heard from all of the groups, and I'll be hearing from the further speakers. The first is Ms. Niebler.
Frau Kommissarin. Thank you very much, Madam President, colleagues. Gender equality is an unending story. Unfortunately, 12 years ago, our former EPP Commissioner, Mrs. Rednick, had introduced this Women's on Boards Directive and laid the foundation for legislation in many member states to really bring forward that legislation in the member states. So gender equality between men and women is not a matter, of course, there's still more men than women in the boards. And of course, if you look at who is at the higher stages, floors of the building, it's very thin air concerning gender equality. So I think this makes sense in order to ensure that these established structures are broken down. And I think it's very important that we finally adopt this directive. But in addition to quotas in enterprises, you have to have the right state of mind. So this should not just be something on paper. Rather, diversity should have to be a lived experience in enterprises. And I also want to point out that I'm very convinced that when we have a balanced representation of men and women in executive positions in enterprises, this is going to be a winning thing for many enterprises. Many people have pointed out that representation of women in leadership in companies is a factor for success for that very company. So I look forward to the adoption of this directive. Thank you.
Kiitokset kollega Niebler. Ja seuraava puhuja on edustaja
Thank you, Ms. Niebler. Now I give the floor to Ms. Leitão Marques.
5 mais 5 foram 10 anos.
It's taken 10 years for us to clinch a deal in order to improve the situation for men and women in executive positions and in listed companies. But how much longer will we have to wait for this to become a reality? Not just for listed companies, but for all companies. This should be natural. It shouldn't be so hard. We live on planet Earth where men and women are represented in equal numbers. Women make up 60% of new graduates from universities in the EU, but only 8% of presidents and CEOs are women. So this directive is a big moment for us, and it was the socialists who fought very hard and who never gave up. So I really want to thank Evelyn and Lara. We ought to be proud of this step forward, but we can't ignore the fact that it always seems like we're lagging behind. We're always running behind problems. We never get ahead of it, and we can't allow that to continue. Thank you.
Paljon kiitos, kollega Leitão Marques.
Thank you very much, Ms. Leitão Marques. The next speaker is Ms. Melchior.
We are standing on the shoulders of giants. We haven't reached this point alone. Rather, this is the result of many years of work. EU has ensured gender equality in Europe for more than 40 years. We would have not gotten equal wages. We wouldn't have paternal leave if it weren't for the EU. Today, we are ensuring that we get equality in boards in our enterprises. And because we get what we measure. And so then you're going to, from 2026, to make member states responsible to ensure this distribution in the boards. And that's why this directive is so incredibly important. We are sending the direction. We are really increasing the standards for what equality actually means. We're not going to have a quota for women, but we're going to abolish the quota for incompetent men. We're going to ensure that it's people's qualifications, not your gender or who you know. Rather, I'm very happy to welcome this directive today, and I look forward to the member states doing something for equality so that we really start from the bottom and not just lift in the top. Thank you very much.
Kiitokset kollega Melchior ja sitten.
Thank you very much, Ms. Melchior. The next speaker is Ms. Kunka.
Thank you, Madam Chair, Commissioner. Some things seem so self-evident, so obviously the right thing to do, that we tend to believe that they will eventually just happen. That the persons with the most and the best qualifications take the seat in the room is one of those things. There are those who want to reduce the long battle to make sure women have a seat at the decision-making tables of companies to only be about fairness, when it is equally as much about competence. During the course of working with this legislation, we have again and again been told that it is a person's qualifications and skills which should determine if they get a certain position. And that is exactly how it should be. After many years of hard work, we hopefully are a majority who can agree that the competencies we need in companies in the EU are not only those of white, middle-aged men. Experiences and knowledge comes in other shapes and colors that we need to make our companies, our union, the best it can be. Women on boards should be the self-evident first step to take, but is only the beginning of something that can become even bigger. Thank you.
Kiitos.
Thank you very much. Thank you very much, Ms. Kunka. The next speaker is Ms. Basso.
Thank you, President. Colleagues, in Italy, we didn't have to wait 10 years to decide how many women should be in decision-making posts. Since 2011 in Italy, we've had effective legislation that's allowed us to meet one of the objectives set by the directive. Imposing a quota system in Europe, so imposing quantities in directorship roles, is an approach that I think we can't support politically. Oriana Fallace, who represents all that is politically correct, she says that this will deny people their due, and we're substituting quality with quantity. What women really want is their qualities to be recognized rather than having a post set aside for them, regardless of whether they wear high heels or a tie, because in the future we shouldn't have male or female leaders. We should just have leaders. And I would like to just share one thought for Roberto Maroni.
Kiitokset edustaja Basso ja sitten
Thank you, Ms. Basso. The next speaker is Ms. Rukmaker.
Dank u wel, voorzitter.
Thank you very much, Madam President. Now, if we could create an ideal world with legislation, then it would seem that it's possible, at least some people in the European Parliament think that with legislation we can simply rescue the world. We have sustainability provisions or changing gender norms. In other words, we could rescue the world with a whole flood of legislation. It's impossible and it's also dangerous. Everyone knows that with more interference from politics in enterprises, you abolish this distinction between public and private. You have more administrative burden, you have more controls. This means less freedom, less prosperity. This is a process that can't be stopped. It leads to poverty. And creating the world with legislations, well, I don't think that that's possible. Seneca said the way with legislation is quite lengthy. However, having role models, that's a very brief path.
Can you wait, please? There's a blue card for you from the rapporteur, Lara Wolters. Lara Wolters, please.
Werkt de microfoon? U zei net, wij proberen hier met wet en regel.
Yes, you just said that we are trying to use legislation and laws to improve the world. And you also said we're trying to create an ideal world. Yes, I am indeed trying to do so. And you mentioned two products, Women's on Board and sustainability legislation. But my question is the following. Why are you a member of the European Parliament if you are not trying to create a better world with legislation?
Ben hier om de overvloed aan wet en regelgeving.
Yes, I am here in order to prevent this huge flood of legislation. I think there are good role models, for example, from the United States, that you can achieve goals without having too many laws. We need innovation. I'm in favor of a safe world, a certain world, but I'm against human trafficking, against forced labor. I'm very much in favor of human rights. However, I don't believe that more legislation creates a better world.
So we have started a debate. Seuraava puhuja on kollega Elena Contura. Olkaa hyvä.
The next speaker is Ms. Elena Contura.
Ευχαριστώ πολύ, κυρία Πρόεδρε. 10 χρόνια μετά την αρχική πρόταση της.
Thank you very much. 10 years after the initial Commission proposal, we're finally adopting the Women on Boards Directive. This constitutes an important step, ending the underrepresentation of women in the boardrooms of companies. We are proud of what we achieved in negotiations with Council and Commission. Let me congratulate the Parliament's rapporteurs. I'm proud that I was also able to be part of that Parliament negotiating team where we clinched a deal. Official European data shows that European companies which have parity in their administrative councils are doing better. Despite that fact, women only make up 34% of non-executive boards in European companies. Women have the right to equality of opportunity in businesses. We need to stop squandering talent and preventing opportunities. It's not just a question of social justice. It's a sine qua non condition if we are going to enable the economic growth that we so desperately need. This directive would upend existing inequalities, would put more women in decision-making positions, and that would be in the interest of European businesses, our European economy, and everyone. Thank you very much, Ms. Contura. The next speaker is Ms. Fitzgerald.
I organised the first conference on women in decision-making in Ireland over 30 years ago. This directive has been blocked for 10 years. What is it about women's equality that makes it so difficult for people to have agreement to go forward and have equal representation? It continues, and we have to work hard. Well done to the Commissioner Dalli and to the President of the Commission, Ursula von der Leyen, for unblocking this. Of course we need it. We have to accelerate the representation of women on boards. That is really important. We have good leadership here. We see the presidents of the Commission, the Central Bank and, of course, our own Parliament. But this cannot just be a shooting star, one effort. It has to be methodical. It has to be systematic. And we have to make sure that there is a permanent change to ensure that women are more equally represented and that our companies benefit from the presence of women, because it is necessary culturally, socially and, of course, financially and economically. Because having more women on the board of a company isn't just a step towards societal justice, it is an economic imperative. And right now we have too few women. Isn't it incredible that only 6.7% of women are chairs of boards and only 6.5% across Europe are CEOs? Yet adding one more woman to a company board increases the profits of that company and gives a higher return on assets to the 8 to 13 basic point return. So this directive has the power to change, and from today we will begin to see more women on those EU company boards, and that's a good thing for everybody. Thank you.
Kiitos, kollega Fitzgerald.
Thank you very much. The next speaker is Mr. Unger.
Colleagues, it's a sad fact that only 30.6% of board members in our largest companies are women, knowing that girls do better in school than boys, and knowing that in the European Union 60% of new graduates from universities are women. So many studies show that gender quotas are the most effective instrument for increasing women's presence on company boards. Voluntary regulations without sanctions does not work. Therefore, we Socialists and Democrats are pleased that we finally, after 10 years, adopted this Women on Boards directive. This directive will improve gender equality by ensuring that at least 40% of non-executive director posts or 30% of all director posts are occupied by the underrepresented sex, and this by 2026 through transparent, clear and neutral appointment criteria. This directive also clearly foresees dissuasive penalties for non-compliance, and it's a great success for us Socialists and Democrats. Our fight against gender inequalities can no longer wait, and it will go on. I call on more men, I call on all men to speak up for gender equality and fight the patriarchal model that subsists in our society. Gender equality is a recipe for prosperity. This directive is not only good for women, it is good for the progress, the sustainability and the success of our European companies and economy. Thank you very much.
Paljon kiitos, edustaja Angel. Ja sitten
Thank you very much, Mr. Angel. The next speaker is Mrs. Rodriguez Ramos.
Presidenta.
Thank you, President. Yes, this has been held up for 10 years now. And over the course of those 10 years, on the boards of listed companies, we've seen that 7 out of all 10 quoted companies were men. Fewer than 1 in 10 European listed companies had a female executive director. And that shows how important this legislation is to try to find some kind of balance in the boards of listed companies. These posts are largely occupied by men, not because they're better, but because of selection procedures. Gender was a point of selection, and so women were discriminated against. We have to provide hope for young women in universities and in colleges. From now on, this directive will ensure that there is a fair and transparent selection procedure and that the criteria will be based on neutrality, where gender will not be used as a means of discrimination. From now on, at least 40% will be women, but it could be more because they will be looking at their skills and abilities. the fact it's taken 10 years shows how difficult it is to make progress with equality. So I think this is the time to thank all the women in this chamber from all political groups who have stood firm to ensure that we could achieve what we have today.
Kiitokset edustaja Rodriguez Ramos ja sitten Sergei.
Thank you very much. The next speaker is Mr. Lagodinsky.
Numbers do matter. 1 in 10. Less than 1 in 10 board presidents and CEOs are women. Numbers do matter. 10. 10 years, this council has been blocking this project. 10 more years when young female employees, young and old, did not know what are their chances to get into leadership positions. 10 more years when schoolgirls and young women did not know what are their chances to be leaders of companies. Well, now it's going to get better. For us, 3 elements are especially important. Number 1, we want a guarantee, the guarantee that women are treated fairly throughout the whole selection procedure. The whole selection procedure, including preparation of vacancy notices, pre-selection phase, the shortlisting phase, and this holistic approach is in this legislation. Number 2, access to justice. The shift of the burden of proof is essential. It is up to the companies to prove that they do not discriminate. And this is an important step in this legislation. And our conservative and right-wing colleagues do not manipulate. It is not about putting gender over expertise, because only equally qualified candidates will be preferred if they are women. So it is about qualification. Numbers do matter. 33%, only 33% of non-executive and executive directors combined are the target in this legislation. And that means that this number should be improved. And it will be improved by us while we evaluate this legislation very soon. There is a bigger target to aim, and this is our goal as the Parliament in the future.
Colleague Lagodinsky, please wait. There's a blue card for you, so delightfully we continue the debate. And the blue card comes from colleague Ilčić.
Yes, dear colleague, you said the numbers are important. So since you consider gender something as the same importance as sex, I suppose that you think that also certain numbers of LGBTIQ people should be in the CEO there. And also, since we don't want to be racist, also certain numbers of different skin colors should be in these committees. So my question is, do you intend to implement quotas also and to impose quotas to firms concerning LGBTIQ and races? Thank you.
Thank you, colleagues, and it's a nice try to distract the debate here. Of course, we have 50%, more than 50% of women as part of our population, and I think after the thousands of years of discrimination against this part of our population, our main goal now is to create the legislation that will put the numbers right here. And this is what we're discussing. And don't accuse me of being unbalanced here. I work tirelessly, just as many colleagues here, to improve the proportion of minorities of all different kinds in the leadership positions. For that, we will have different other approaches, some of them legislative, others not. I think there is a variety of ways and instruments to improve diversity in our boards, and now we're talking about gender diversity, and by saying that I mean the representation of women in the board. This is a great legislation, and we all support this. The majority of this House supports this, the majority of the European population supports this, and please stop instrumentalizing this issue in order to be populist as so often. Thank you very much.
Thank you very much, colleague Lagodinsky for this answer. And now I would like to invite colleague Annika Bruna to take the floor.
Madame la Présidente, merci. Je me réjouis qu'on ait enfin trouvé un accord.
I welcome the fact that we have finally found an agreement with view to an adoption of this directive on the participation of women on boards. I would invite you all to support this reasonable text that is being voted on today, which aims at providing the means necessary for member states to ensure that they can achieve more balanced representation of men and women amongst directors of listed companies. This directive is a strong message for women who will see themselves being involved in decision-making processes. It will this increased involvement will be a vital vector to ensure better governance of businesses, both in terms of performance and their development. This directive is supported by the European Members of Parliament of the National Rally and will allow Member States to accelerate the progress that has already been achieved and to ensure that women will be able to set an example in all different areas of power in our society.
Bruna. Ja sitten edustaja.
Thank you very much. Next speaker is Mr. Hoijeveen.
The financial sector, one of the companies I worked for was looking for a female director. And after a long and proactive recruitment procedure, they couldn't find a candidate. And it wasn't just the board. The company proactively recruited women. Still, men remained overrepresented. More than 3/4 of companies in the financial sector are actively trying to attract female talent. But 64% of them do not see any progress in the number of female applicants. When we compare this to other sectors, for example, medicine, we see women on the rise. Without quotas, in the Netherlands, approximately 66% of all doctors and 55% of specialist doctors will soon be women. Women achieve excellence in their chosen careers. We should recognize that there are gender-specific preferences to specific types of work. Let us give individuals and businesses the freedom to decide what they want and what works best for themselves. Thank you.
Kiitokset kollega Hoijeveen. Ja sitten
Thank you very much. The next speaker is Mrs. Rodriguez-Palop.
Sorry. Yes.
Right. We have a blue card to Mr. Hoijeveen from colleague Vitanov. Colleague Vitanov? Ah, no, it's the rapporteur, Mrs. Regner.
So it's me, so not another colleague. So my question is the following. You mentioned those enterprises who would like to have more women there in top positions. When you talk to those, guys leading the enterprises, did you raise also the question of the culture of how the enterprises are led? I had talks to many of those being in top positions and then got the information it's about the culture, it's about how the atmosphere is on board, and that many top women, meanwhile, already say, I expect that there is a change, that there is a respect, there is another form of how to treat each other concerning working hours and everything else. So did you take that on board with these considerations you just mentioned?
Yes,
Mr.
thank you.
Excuse me, we have another blue card, so let me ask Mrs. Samira Rafaela to present her blue card to you.
Do I answer this one first and then the second?
Would you agree to have them both together and
Yeah,
then you
sure,
answer
it's okay.
to both?
It's okay.
Ja, dank u wel, meneer Hoijeveen. Meneer Hoijeveen, ik heb even een vraag aan u.
Thank you very much. I have a question for you. What do you say quite precisely concerning the uses of a quotas? As I understood you, we'd have to accept that there are specific gender characteristics, and we just have to accept that that's going to play a role in certain industries. And you also know that these companies that we're discussing, that they had actually not so much to do with specific gender characteristics. Rather, these are large international companies who cover many sectors where men and women could play an active role. However, the problem is that there's always a policy of networking. Everyone knows one another, and that has what are we going to? I think that's a false argument.
Well, thank you for these questions, and I will try to answer them I will try to condense them into one answer. What I think is the example I gave on medicine, I think it clearly shows that it is possible for women to choose a career and to make a career in a specific type of environment they would like to see to make their career. But if you look at quotas, if you look at the rationale or the ideas behind quotas, it says we need more female ideas because women bring other ideas. But then the question I'm asking is, what are female ideas? Isn't this a very contradicting way? And isn't this a very contradicting thing to say? I mean, I'm all for diversity of ideas, but that should be based on character, not on sex, race, or ethnicity. So I think that's the bottom line. Thank you.
Kiitokset. Meillähän on ihan oikea debatti tässä käynnissä.
Thank you very much. We're really having a debate today. Now, the next speaker, Mrs. Rodriguez-Palop.
La ausencia de las mujeres.
When women are absent from boards, we can say that's due to bias, injustice. We see a gender gap on wages and pensions. We see a glass ceiling, a cement ceiling. There have been many barriers, and women have had to do even better, be even more qualified. Women have had to choose between personal life and professional life. Men haven't had to do that. And that has had a knock-on effect on the economy, because actually more feminized companies are more flexible, strong, responsible, trustworthy, have better empathy and better decision-making. When women are present, the business atmosphere changes. That improves competitiveness and profitability. So we know that success doesn't make us happy, but happiness makes us successful. So we need to look at what's happened over the past centuries and change things. What we're asking for women is actually nothing more than women deserve. Thank you very much.
Rodriguez-Palop ja sitten edustaja.
Thank you very much. The next speaker is Mrs. Vincent. Madam President, colleagues, many studies have demonstrated that the personnel that companies that have balanced gender have better bottom lines. And it's very important that we find an agreement. And we're very happy to see that those member states who've already done their work in advance have been excluded from the legislation because they already have the necessary legislation to achieve these objectives. We have to be aware we're talking about a very small microcosm of successful, well-educated women. So it's very important that young girls, while they're being still in school, be encouraged to look at different branches, because they will be able not just to be qualified, be able to break through the glass ceiling. Thank you. Thank you very much. The next speaker is Mrs. Piena-Picello.
Grazie, Presidente, care.
Thank you, President, colleagues, Commissioner. Today, we are seeing a huge step forward for gender parity, for women's rights. This is a very significant, important moment for us, but above all, for future generations. And if I may say so, we're making this step forward thanks to the tenacity of this Parliament, of the Commissioner, and all of our colleagues who have worked so hard on this directive. I'm looking at Evelyn, who's been here working for 10 years. A lot of governments held us hostage. They were short-sighted in light of progress and justice. They blocked common sense laws, which are simply trying to correct distortions in the reality, which subjects women to stereotypes and unacceptable patriarchal culture. So this is an important step forward. And this is in a crucial sector for all the future of all women in Europe. Thank you.
Thank you very much. The next speaker is Mr. Andrews.
Commissioner, this is a landmark directive and it's very welcome. And as we've heard many times, there is vast research and evidence which demonstrates the economic value of increasing representation on boards. In Ireland, we have made great progress over the last very short period of time. Irish PLCs already have 32% female representation on boards. Ireland also leads the way with women in top jobs. A survey of 24 countries shows that Ireland actually leads this, with countries including the UK, the US, Canada, Australia and Singapore. And perhaps it's no coincidence, despite the dire warnings we've heard about the performance of the economy, that Ireland is the leading economy in the European Union over the last couple of years. And I want to pay tribute to the rapporteurs and everybody that has been involved with this, but also to Renew Europe, because it was a Renew Europe priority for this parliamentary term. I want to pay tribute to my colleagues, Samira Rafaela and to Karen Melchior. And before I finish, I want to say we should focus as well on representation in politics. It's important that we do this in economics, but some of the most important boards in the world are governments. And just look at the last G20, where there were just 2 female leaders present among the 20. Thank you very much.
Kiitokset kollega Andrews ja sitten.
Thank you very much. The next speaker, Mrs. Tavaleri.
Presidente, colleghi.
President, colleagues, imposing parity in boards of big companies is, of course, extremely progressive, but it's not going to tackle the root of gender disparity in the workplace. Having more women in summits is not going to help pink quotas. It's not going to help proper merits that will allow women to progress because of their competences. I would like to share a thought with Roberto Maroni's, who has worked in Lombardy and has achieved 48% of women amongst managers in Italy. So we don't need to have preferential quotas. What we need is fair competition to ensure that we can have genuine equality rather than one that we've just forced, and to ensure proper progress and it will be for the good of the economy and cultures of our countries.
Wait, there's a blue card for you. There's a blue card from Maria Grappini. So 2 more. Yes.
Ok, este pentru mine inexplicabil.
Thank you very much. It's inexplicable. What I've just heard is inexplicable. There was an anthropological... Have you read an anthropological study on this? Can you prove that if we have these quotas, we'll be ignoring women's qualities or skills? Why do you say this? 60% of university graduates are women, so it's not possible that only 8% are president of boards.
Io credo che puntare...
I think If we look only at exclusive quotas, then it's going to work against progress. If you look, for example, at the digital transition, there are going to be new professions in all STEM areas. We have to be aware that only a small percentage of women are interested in technical and scientific subjects. We're told that these are subjects that are for men, but we want to work on that. We want to work in schools from the very youngest age to ensure that women can move towards STEM subjects, and that will have results, and they'll even get better grades than men. And then we can ensure that they can have quality jobs, which will allow them to have a proper balance between work and family life. And that's equal opportunities. There should be competition, but on an equal footing.
Thank you. We have two more blue cards to Mrs. Tovalieri. We have one from Samira Rafaela, and then from Lara Wolters, rapporteur.
Yes, thank you, Chair. So I heard a lot about what is actually not possible, what actually should not be done, and then you end up with the conclusion that we need fair competition. Like, seriously, how do we reach fair competition if we have the conclusion now that women significantly lag behind? Like, how do you want to intervene in the first place on that specific fact? So I wonder, how would you like to organize fair competition if women significantly lag behind already? What will be your first intervention? I'm fine with listening to a whole speech about what is not possible or about how bad this idea is, but then come with the concrete solution. I would like to hear, how do we organize that fair competition with the facts that we have in place now? Thank you.
Thank you. And now, Lara Wolters.
Yeah, my question was very similar. I don't understand at all what I just heard. I think you spoke about education. I think you spoke about we need better schooling. And the facts, we laid them on the table for you earlier. We have 60% of female graduates in our European universities. And then at the end of the day, we have 8% of female CEOs. That shows very clearly that something along the way goes terribly wrong. So I don't understand at all what you were saying about what we need is better education or better schooling, because the schooling is absolutely not the problem. The schooling is a big success story. It's what happens afterwards that's a problem, and that we are trying to fix today. So please, can you clarify, because that was very, very confusing.
Thank you. And then Mrs. Tovalieri.
A proposito di questo.
Well, I referred to good practices in the region that I come from, which is Lombardy. There, 48% of managers are women without the need of having quotas. We have achieved the best percentages, but I'm not settling for that. However, I just believe that quotas aren't the only tool. We need a proper welfare, and this is the route that we need to follow in order to ensure, if we want to ensure genuine equality, we have to ensure that women don't have to choose between their job or their family. Quotas just means that we will be able to privilege women who are from the elite. But if we want to have managers, you also have to remember that there are millions of women who can't get those jobs, but they nonetheless have the right to be able to have a career, but that they should be able to balance that with their family life. We can't have policies just for the elite. We need to think about all women and not leave anyone behind.
Paljon kiitos. Ja nyt siirrymme puheenvuorolistalla.
Thank you very much. Now let's continue with the speakers list. Mr. Nysinen.
Fru talman.
Madam President, it's tragic that the EU now believes that people have to be judged on their gender and not their knowledge. And Madam, I'm really ashamed that it's the Social Democrats in Sweden who opened up for this. It was the Social Democrats who, 2017, opened up for this kinds of quotas in boards. But I believe that there are many more votes than just the Social Democrats. I am one of those voices, and we are strongly against this. Once and for all, quotas discriminate. It's not if we are having quotas doesn't create the development of society. Rather, it's using people's knowledge and experience. And no one would have been chosen to be for something just because I have a boyfriend. Rather, I would be chosen because I'm good at the job. Thank you very much. Can you just wait for a second? There are 2 blue cards. Karen Melchior. And Mrs. Gaffney. Thank you very much for your contribution. I don't quite understand one element in your speech. You should be chosen because of a quota, not because of your qualification. However, it says in the directive, it says it's an equal portion of when you're equally qualified, then you should prefer that most underrepresented gender. So we're not talking quotas alone. Rather, we're talking about gender equality. But how should we get gender equality when for more than 100 of years we have limited the access, we've had access to universities, access to voting, however, not access to the boards? Is there some sort of genetic and biological way that women are less competent?
And we will have 2 more blue cards from Samira Rafaela and then from Maria Grappini. Samira Rafaela first.
Mulțumesc mult. Stimate coleg, după ceea ce ne-a...
Thank you very much, colleagues. After having heard what you've said, I have the feeling that you haven't read this document at all, because you're saying that this would be discriminatory, but actually women are a majority when it comes to graduates. So how can you really talk about discrimination? And then we actually have to find a solution to this problem. How do we ensure that women are not excluded from boards? Because in a board, you're not doing physical work, you're not lifting heavy weights, it's mental work. So if more than 60% of women have graduated, they're educated, so they've got the skills to be on those boards, haven't they?
Sitten Samira Rafaela, olkaa hyvä.
Thank you, Chair. So, this is just this famous common argument that, it's about knowledge, it's about expertise. Like, seriously, do you really think that we would attract women for such positions if they would not have the knowledge, talent, and competences? Of course, we will look for competent women. That's not the issue here. We have enough women who are competent. The issue is that constantly men choose their preferences. You need to be in that old boys network to become one of those. That's the issue here. It's a cultural problem why these women are not being seen. And you know that. It's not an issue of women lacking competences. We have enough women with competences, so it's a false argument. The argument here should be that we neglect, that we ignore women with competences, and the issue is how do we get them in the positions that they deserve? And I did not hear anything about a concrete solution. So also for you the question, what is your solution? Thank you.
Mrs. President, the whole debate about we have to quota people in is not doing anyone a favor who will be quoted in. Because the problem is if someone gets quoted in for a position, it doesn't matter what kind of thing they be quoted in, the other people around will think that they are there just because of the quota, not because of the competence. And that's the biggest problem. And I know from my class, when I was studying, both for my university classes, is that it was overrepresented women. And I can see that many of them is now having good positions because it takes time for this to happen, and I believe that it's gonna go through, and also that if you have 2 people and they have the same competence, you will choose the person who is right for that. And I believe that is true, and it's gonna be more and more that way. Women will be overrepresented in many areas, like my colleague said, in the public sector like that. So it will be. Thank you.
Paljon kiitos kollega Nissinen. Ja nyt sitten palaamme puheenvuorolistaan.
Thank you very much, Mr. Nissinen. The next speaker. Well, excuse me, I just want to say that I can't accept any more blue cards. We've had a lot of discussions, but by 11:20 we need to be finished. That's why I also ask you to stick to your speaking time. The next speaker is Ms. Pereira. Thank you very much, President. If we look at the system we live in, women have many difficulties reaching top positions. Women's rights are often trampled on by conservative political systems. Despite this directive, inequality will persist in many women's lives. There's salary inequality, so we don't see equal pay for equal work. There's also difficulties for women in getting their maternity rights. They and also working mothers often face discrimination. We need to look at working time because current working time arrangements make it impossible to strike a work-life balance. There are also discriminations and stereotypes which further perpetuate this kind of misogyny and prevent women from being promoted and reaching higher level jobs. We need any kind of measure. I welcome all measures that will reverse this current trend. Thank you.
Kiitokset edustaja Pereira ja sitten edustaja.
Thank you very much, Ms. Pereira. The next speaker is Ms. Esteras Ferahut.
Gracias, Presidenta.
Thank you, President. Despite that about 60% of graduates are women, these are underrepresented in a number of sectors, particularly economic sectors and in certain bodies. About 20% of board members are women and only less than 10% are directors. We have to ensure that by 2026, the less represented sex should make up 40% of non-executive roles and 33% of executive roles. Achieving gender balance is necessary for equality, for transparency, justice, democracy and peace. A better balance will require more competitiveness. We'll need to have sustainable, integrated, smart growth. But we also have to ensure that we improve competitiveness of businesses in order to reduce poverty. We want to reward talent and ensure a presence of women, and this is a key tool to ensure that we get the best talents in the jobs. Thank you.
Kiitokset kollega Estaras Ferragut ja sitten edustaja Linja Gal.
Thank you very much. The next speaker is Ms. Galvez Munoz. Commissioner, despite what we've heard from some political groups, some are saying women need to get more educated. Some are saying we have to wait more decades. But there are more women who have primary, secondary and tertiary education. Despite that, we don't reach the highest positions because of the masculine atmosphere. That's why we need to intervene. That's why we need public policies like this directive, which will help to create a better balance in boards, on boards. And despite the 10-year gridlock, we continue to insist. Today we're making history. We're moving towards greater social justice, but also greater resilience, sustainability and effectiveness of our companies. Because when a woman is a CEO, there are 10% more women on the board. That changes the atmosphere, the culture, and has positive knock-on effects. So this directive is a democratic imperative, but it's also an economic imperative. Now we have to really ensure that it is actually implemented. Thank you very much.
Paljon kiitos edustaja Galvez Munoz ja sitten.
Thank you very much, Ms. Galvez Munoz. Now, Mr. Le Breton.
Chers collègues, l'égalité.
colleagues, equality between men and women is a fundamental principle of European civilization. That's why I am in favour of this directive, which asks member states to achieve better balance between the sexes on the boards of big companies. The objective to ensure that at least 40% of non-executive board jobs by 2026, I think, for the underrepresented gender is reasonable. In the short term, it will be the women who benefit from this measure. At a time when Iranian women are fighting for their liberty against the mullah regimes, I welcome the message of hope that we are sending out today. Yes, we want to see genuine equality between men and women, and that is possible. We do not want to see any obstacles, and no obstacle is insurmountable on the religious, social or economic path towards progress.
Thank you
very much, Mr. Le Breton. The next speaker is Mr. Ilčić.
Poštovane dame I gospodo.
Ladies and gentlemen, if you're good at what you do, but you see advancing another person who does a poorer job than you, you will say it's not fair. However, some politicians in this parliament want to impose such an unfair approach. Instead of the only criterion for advancement be the quality of the employee, this directive imposes arbitrarily quotas to companies determining how many women there should be on boards, or LGBTIQ people, or how many people of various skin colors. So there is no end to your meddling. I want to see women on boards if they're the best employees, only if they are the most qualified. Only quality, no arbitrariness. An idea according to which that a politician who has not spent even a day working in the real sector know more than companies what is best for them is insane. So let the companies develop as they should.
Kiitokset. Ja sitten edustaja Elżbieta.
Thank you very much. Next is Ms. Lukaczewska.
Thank you very much, President. In spite of the changes that we see in Europe in the labour market, in spite of doing away with many barriers and red tape, in spite of all of this, we hear lots of stereotypes as regards our competences, our skills. We are perceived through our maternity. We have to deal with a glass ceiling. Many here have said that regulation aimed at levelling the playing field is something artificial and counterproductive. I disagree with such statements. Look at the skills and competences of women. We often see that women have made a lot of headway, but this does not go hand in hand with good use of our skills. This is a loss of potential in our societies. We must not agree to this. Now, this directive we are discussing today is about equaling the playing field, is about equal access. It is not about privileging one group over another. I know there is a long way still ahead of us. It took us 10 years to have this discussion now, but changes are necessary, and I do believe that adoption of this directive is a good start to having more changes in our economy. Thank you.
Kiitokset, kollega Lukasiewska.
Thank you so much. The next speaker is Mr. Rapazi.
Frau Präsidentin.
Madam President, Mrs. Commissioner, dear colleagues, if the market fails, if the enterprises cannot demonstrate that they can regulate themselves, in other words, really take this seriously, then we have to regulate this. And the enterprises have had enough time. And that's why today's a good day. 40% of the positions in boards have to be for women, 1/3 of all director positions. That's a milestone. Young women now know that their abilities and performance will not be overlooked, that it's worthwhile. And I think that's something that's important, because the fish rots from the head down. And women have been overseen because the management is male. And this is a decisive step to conquer the patriarchal society. So thank you very much, Mrs. Walters, Mrs. Regner. However, this milestone is a milestone and not a final achievement. Women deserve more than 40% and 1/3 they deserve genuine equality, and in order to have reality live up to these quotas. Thank you.
Kiitokset edustaja Repasi ja sitten edustaja Sin.
Thank you much. Thank you very much, sir. Now, Mr. Franson. Chair, President, Commissioner. For 10 years, the member states blocked this proposal of the Commission. There was very little headway when it came to women on boards. That's why this is such an important legislative text. From the 1st of July 2026, administrative boards need to be more representative. Maybe in an ideal world, we wouldn't need quotas. But we know that quotas work. National quotas improved the situation in 2020. Thanks to that, more than 1/3 of board members were women. Previously, the figure stood at a mere 10%. In 2022, boards shouldn't be synonyms for gentlemen's clubs. We need people around the table, different people around the table taking the decisions. That's the only way that we will move towards a fairer, more just and more balanced society.
Pani Przewodnicząca, Pani...
President, Commissioner, at the very heart of the EU in the 21st century, Mr. Kaczyński, the ruler of Poland, calls Polish women drunkards, and he says that they, Polish women, in spite of giving birth to children, they drink too much alcohol. Now, this is a falsehood, this is a lie. Polish women are wonderful, they are great, and respect and equality should be something obvious. Fear of strong, independent women is politically based. Women are great managers. They are successful in companies, in other leading positions. And that is what all those misogynistic men people are afraid of. Kaczynski will lose this battle. He will lose against women and men who defend women's rights. Soon enough. Thank you.
Paljon kiitos edustaja Kohut. Ja nyt...
Thank you very much. Now, Thank you, Mr. Kohut. Catch the eye, but I'll only allow for one person to take the floor. Ms. Grappini has already taken the floor. And so I will only allow one person to speak, Ms. Marques.
Muito obrigada, Presidente.
Thank you, President. As we wrap up this debate, I'd like to remind everyone of something. As I've said, 60% of university graduates are women. Most doctors, or more doctors, are women than men, but only 8% of CEOs are women. So something's going wrong. And in politics, quotas have worked. Today, there are more women in politics than before. That's thanks to quotas. And it stands to reason, therefore, that we need these quotas in business too. And thankfully, after 10 years, we've finally negotiated and approved this. I really want to thank Lara and Evelyn. Evelyn has been fighting tooth and nail for this for 10 years. But let's also not forget Viviane Reding. She's the former European Commissioner. She was the one who put this
legislative text on the table. Alas, it took 10 years to get it somewhere, but now I hope that it will truly be implemented effectively. Thank you.
Paljon kiitos ja nyt tässä keskustelussa kuulemme vielä.
Thank you very much. Now we will hear from the Commissioner again, then the two rapporteurs.
Tuissa puheajoissa. Kiitos. Olkaa hyvä, komissaari.
Thank you, President. Honourable members. To say that I welcome the adoption of this directive would be a gross understatement. I thank the Parliament for your continued support and determination on this legislative initiative. The adoption of this directive is a step on the road to gender equality in Europe. I am sure that the citizens of Europe and businesses will benefit from its effect. The directive will help dismantle the barriers that prevent qualified women from arriving at the top. Our investment in women's education and, in turn, women's investment in their qualifications can only give long-term returns when women are recognized, valued, and treated as equals at all levels of economic, social, professional, and public life. So women's role, place, and voice at the economic, especially right now, decision-making table is of the essence for Europe's future when answering to the multiple crises Europe is facing now. Thank you.
Paljon kiitokset komissaari Dalli ja sitten esittelijät ensin Lara Wolters ja sitten Evelyn Regner. Olkaa hyvä.
Thank you very much, Ms. Daly. Now we hear from the rapporteurs again. We start with Ms. Wolters.
So, colleagues, after 10 years of obstruction, that's a wrap. It has taken 3 commissioners, 5 Parliament rapporteurs, 21 Council presidencies to get this done. And we persisted in spite of all the obstruction. Since the adoption of our Parliament position back in 2013, I have lost count of how many resolutions were adopted on this very topic and how many times this European Parliament called to Member States to come back to the negotiating table. We faced every kind of obstacle from Member States, from those who oppose legislating on gender equality out of principle, to those who believe that they've done enough already or that time would simply fix things. Companies and Member States must now get to balanced boardrooms, and if they fail, we will be able to hold them to their commitments. I am very proud of what we have in front of us today, and I want to very warmly thank my colleague Evelyn Regner. I want to thank Commissioner Dalli, present here today, Commissioner Viviane Reding, who worked on this previously, Ursula von der Leyen, who personally committed herself to this fight, and all those others who contributed to our success today. Thank you very much.
Paljon kiitos Lara Wolters ja sitten Evelyn Regner.
Thank you very much, Lara Wolters. Now we hear from the second rapporteur, Evelyn Regner.
Dankeschön. Thank you very much. The European Union is 70 years old and it's doing its job. Here we're talking about values, equality, and here we've achieved something. Of course, it's a mosaic, many people involved. However, this is a very important because now women will have a fair chance to be in top positions in companies. Women are wise, innovative, and they're able of doing many things, and that should be reflected. So we all know that this is just one component. However, we all know that we're continuing to work on this matter, and let me personally add to the thanks being expressed by Mrs. Wolters. So personally, I'd like to thank all of those who are very creative, who are asking how do we address the Council? Can we do some work with the press? And my thanks are to Mrs. Buchinger. My thanks are to Sabine Rinte, Melanie Körner, Stephanie Lincoln, and these are all fantastic women who really worked on the drafting, and I think that's how women work. They work inclusively across groups, across geographical barriers. Congratulations to everyone. We should celebrate.
Kiitokset todellakin. Ja keskustelu on nyt
Thank you very much. The debate takes place today. We will interrupt the session for a few minutes. At 11:30, we have the ceremony to celebrate the 70th anniversary of the European Parliament.
Good morning, dear colleagues. Can I please ask you to take your seats? Dear colleagues, can I ask you to take your seats? Madame la Première Ministre.
Madam Prime Minister, Misters, Prime Ministers, Commissioners, Speakers of National Parliaments.
Here, in Strasbourg, Paul-Henri Spaak presided over the opening of the first ever session of the Common Assembly of the European Coal and Steel Community. It was the starting point of this institution's plenary activity. In 70 years, the Assembly grew from strength to strength. In 1962, it changed the name to become the European Parliament. In 1973, it opened its first own institutional hemicycle in Luxembourg, where many of our staff members sit. Over time, parliamentary committees and political groups' activity grew in Brussels as increased powers came with the responsibility of exercising increased scrutiny over the other European Union institutions. This institution embodies European reconciliation. It matters that we are here in Alsace today as a living symbol of how far we have come. Symbolism is important, but this House is so much more. Over the years, consecutive treaties have allowed our House of Democracy to develop into a powerful, independent political forum with co-legislative and budgetary powers that impact millions of European citizens, that protects the best interests of citizens, that reflects and amplifies the voice of 500 million people. Today, the European Parliament has become the only directly elected, multilingual, multi-party, transnational parliament in the world. Its 705 directly elected members are the expression of European public opinion. With an ongoing illegal war in Ukraine that destroys, kills and undermines the political will of a people, we are reminded again of the importance of upholding the democratic values and voice of citizens and the democratic European values that this House stands for. And that is why it is important that we mark the European Parliament's 70th anniversary. It is important that we pause to reflect on our achievements. The achievement of getting Europeans to seek and find compromise and to come together to adopt a common agenda for the benefit of all. The achievement of making our shared space a little bit safer, a little bit fairer, a little bit more equal. The achievement of creating a union of rights, of values, of solidarity, of equality, of peace, of hope. From the ashes of war, we have found the wisdom, the courage, and the humanity to choose to stand together, to tear down walls and unite people and nations. Together, we can continue our mission to tackle generational inequalities, to fight crippling poverty, to keep us safer and ensure our security, to ensure equality of opportunity, to fight discrimination, to stand up for women, to show our LGBTIQ community that this truly is a freedom zone, to create a framework for prosperity and economic growth, to beat climate change, to help create jobs, to ensure dignity to all. I am not here to say that we are perfect. We are not. Our peace and our processes sometimes frustrate. Progress is not always fast enough or deep enough or easy enough. We must keep reforming, we must keep pushing for positive change, day in and day out. But I am proud of our achievements, of our way, of Europe being a beacon of the defense of democracy, of the way that we have never been indifferent, of how we have never looked away. Friends, Europe is the answer to so many of the questions our people ask of us. It is a way of life and a way of living. It was no coincidence that the EU flag was raised over Kherson after so many months of brutal occupation. It is because it symbolizes hope, courage, and belief. This is the legacy of our Europe, the legacy of this House, the legacy of the last 70 years. C'est à ce titre que les membres de ce Parlement dont
It's along these lines that the European Parliament comes to vote democratically every month in Strasbourg, and it's in favor of human rights that the European Parliament is constantly working to defend their needs, and it is for the needs of our European citizens that we fight, citizens that are impacted by inflation and by the increase in cost of living, and we will continue to rise to the challenges together.
I invite you to watch a video clip prepared for the 70th anniversary of the European Parliament. Thank you.
Ne se fera pas d'un coup. Elle se fera par des réalisations concrètes, créant d'abord une solidarité de fait.
C'est un très grand honneur que vous m'avez fait en m'appelant à la présidence du Parlement européen.
We thank you that by your ceaseless efforts and those of the millions of people you represent, you liberated from prison so many of us.
Ce peuple européen uni n'accepteront pas la domination d'une nation ou d'une culture sur d'autres, mais soutiendront le droit égal pour tous d'enrichir les autres de leurs différences. Der Aufbau des vereinten Europas ist vor allem anderen ein Werk des Friedens. Und dies müssen wir gemeinsam schaffen.
Le nationalisme, c'est la guerre.
Європейський Союз буде точно міцнішим. Без вас Україна буде самотня.
Thank you very much. I will now invite the Prime Minister of Belgium, Alexander De Croo, to take the floor.
Madam President, ladies and gentlemen, today's Europe is not necessarily pushed forward by visionary leaders like the ones we know from our history books. Schuman, Spinelli, Spaak. Today, Europe's political project is mainly driven forward by visionary citizens, by the people of Europe. And that is not abnormal. We do not live anymore in the 1950s. People today are empowered. They're more demanding towards those who are in positions of leadership. And that, all in all, is a healthy evolution. Because free and autonomous citizens, together with a free and independent press, are the core of our democracy. They are the guarantee of strong democratic accountability. We have felt that public pressure during the COVID crisis. While politicians tended to point out that from an institutional point of view, healthcare was a national competency, and that vaccines were none of Europe's business. It was the public opinion. It were the people of Europe who paved the way for a European response to the pandemic. As President von der Leyen coined very candidly, this is Europe's moment. And we see now exactly the same happening in this energy crisis. It is Europeans that see that the energy markets are international, not national. That energy prices are being used as a geopolitical weapon, that individual member states hit the limits of what they can do on their own, but that Europe should not be impotent, that our sovereignty, our ability to act, is not only on the national level, but it is on the European level. And you know, that insight is not new to European citizens. It was already the case before the energy crisis broke out. In 2019, 90% of Europeans thought it was also Europe's task to guarantee the security of energy supply and to keep the energy prices under control. It's the impatience of our population. Because you know from experience, what it is to fight long and hard for your rightful place in the Union. The European Parliament has always been the first institution, in the formal sense. First in the treaties and first in the protocol. But for a long time, it was not first in policy making. In the words of Professor David Farrell, for much of its life, the European Parliament could have been labeled as a multilingual talking shop. But today, it is one of the most powerful legislators in the world. Today, we Europeans, we can be proud of the road that we have traveled together. Mesdames et messieurs,
Ladies and gentlemen, Madam President, having said that, our job of work is far from having been completed. Democracy is a task which is forever incomplete. If we genuinely want to bolster our democracy, we have to make sure that we also bolster this European Parliament. All the major challenges. It's strange if we didn't get applause at that point in the speech, but all of the major challenges, regardless if it be the war in Ukraine, migratory flows, energy prices, all of these challenges are at stake at the international level. So we have to reinforce and bolster our democracy at that same international level and at our European level. Because the world is changing and we have to change with it. We often tell people this, to our electors, for example, it is time for change. But perhaps we should more often say these things to ourselves. There are many countries at the eastern borders of Europe, the Western Balkans, for example, but also Ukraine and Moldova, who see their future in our family. And this new reality has to push us to change our points of reference. It will force us to take new steps in European democracy so that in the years and decades in the future, we'll have more decisive action and better protect the European interests throughout the world. And we count on this Parliament to play that role. We will continue to link up Brussels and European citizens. Regardless of the path we choose to take, the European Parliament inevitably will take a new leap forward in becoming genuinely the first institution of Europe.
Madam President, Madam President, ladies and gentlemen, I am optimistic about the future. As you said, our European democracy is far from perfect. It needs continuous improvement. But it is not the delicate plant we thought it to be over the past couple of years. Our democracy is more resilient than we sometimes think, and this Parliament is actually the best proof of that. I would like to honour the fundamental work this Parliament has done in protecting democracy and the rule of law in Europe. We cannot leave this fight for fundamental rights to the courts only. We politicians also have to do our part of the heavy lifting. And as a member of the European Council, I applaud the persistence of this Parliament and the front-runner role that this Parliament has played in this domain. We need you. We need your support to be a vigilant watchdog in that domain. Still more has to be done together with you. From the European Green Deal to European security, to energy security and transition to migration reform. We still have 18 months left before the end of this mandate. The Belgian Council presidency that we will have in 2024 will stand ready to engage with you to successfully close the chapter of this legislature. Let me be clear, you are a key partner to us, day in, day out. You are part and parcel of the European fabric, and you are also part and parcel of the fabric of my country. And so I would like to say simply thank you to the Parliament. Thank you to the Parliament and its leadership, with a special mention of the late President Sassoli. Thank you for the solidarity it has shown with the people of Brussels during the COVID crisis and with the Ukrainian refugees during this crisis. Madam President, ladies and gentlemen, let me finish by saying this House represents the catharsis of a long history of violence between European countries. This Parliament represents the victory of humanity over nationalism. It represents the best in us Europeans. It is the Parliament of parliaments. And so we look forward to a year of celebrations with European citizens, but we especially look forward to a year of continuing work together with you. Thank you.
Thank you. Thank you very much, Prime Minister De Croo. I now invite the Prime Minister of Luxembourg, Xavier Bettel, to take the floor. Xavier, you have the floor.
Madame la Présidente,
Madam President, Madam Prime Minister, Mr. Prime Minister, the film that you showed us brings back some good memories, some memories of when I was younger, people I was lucky enough to work with, such as President Sassoli. these are people that, to me, represent Europe, such as the first woman president, Simone Veil. I have a speech, an institutional speech. I will give you a copy, of course, with all the thanks that are in that speech. But actually, after this film, I want to say something else. So, of course, a very happy 70th anniversary. Prime Minister de Gaulle has talked about bringing the citizens closer to Europe, and I'm sure Prime Minister de Gaulle will say similar things when it comes to Strasbourg. But I think each capital and each citizen needs to be brought closer to this European project, we all know. I would like to thank the Secretary General based in Luxembourg. I think we have very good relations, and we will, of course, continue to do everything we can for these people who we wouldn't be able to do our work without. But I'd like to come back to Simone Veil. Here we are in an assembly that was created in 1952, so before the Treaty of Rome, 7 years earlier. France and Europe, France and Germany, sorry, that had previously been at war, the war that had ended in 1945. 7 years later, there was a decision to build something together in a parliamentary assembly to create something different rather than destroy each other, to create something together. Now, why do I think Simone Veil is such an important symbol? She was a survivor of the concentration camps. So we had these concentration camps on European territory. This was the result of an extreme nationalism, the darkest ideology we knew in Europe, Nazism. And even now, in some European countries, people act as if this nationalism is a solution to problems. There are people that are Holocaust deniers still. Well, Simone Veil was able to tell people what she had personally experienced during the Second World War.
Et je crois que le chancelier Kohl
I believe that Chancellor Kohl spoke well when he said this is a project of peace. Peace. Our European Union, since 1952, since 1957, there has been no conflict between our countries. Now, of course, it's not always easy, but we have not had armed conflict as we had before. Let us not forget that on our own territory, a number of us would not have had the right to live because they were trade unionists, because they were too left, because they were homosexual, because they were disabled, simply because they were different. Today, we live in a territory. You are elected by citizens who can freely vote. This European Parliament has such an important responsibility. You are there to remind us of those values. Now, I'm certainly not casting aspersions here. We speak out about what happens in other parts of the world, but also within our European family, it is important to recall our values, our rules, our fundamental guidelines. I could speak of numerous different rights. There was progress in Malta yesterday when it came to women's rights. But today there are journalists, there are judges who cannot freely exercise their professions within the EU. We have stigmatization of sexual minorities, which is not acceptable. So I think it's hugely important that the Parliament always recalls us of this, and that this conditionality is always part of the decisions that we make. Now, we believe that peace is something that we have, that these rights are something that we have. And I have spoken about the Second World War. I have made this comparison, but I'm very proud to see that there are so many young people here today. You are the European project. I would not have had the right to live in that period in the Second World War. I was liberal. I had Jewish origins, being married to a man. Now, Belgium, that's not related, but being homosexual, being liberal, being that would have meant that I would have been condemned 3 times over. And here I am today, a head of state. That is the European project. You might be different. You might have different origins, but this richness is not something which limits us. That is where our richness lies, in this diversity. We should not allow this to be destroyed. So we are here celebrating the 70th anniversary of the European Parliament. We need to keep this diversity, which is our strength. We should not be divided, whether it's in Council, Commission or Parliament. I would like to thank the President of the European Commission and the members of the European Commission who remind us of the obligations that we have set ourselves. Europe is not just about receiving, it is also giving, building something bigger together. So do not forget that. And a very happy anniversary to Parliament, and we will continue to count on Parliament to remind us of these values. Thank you very much.
Thank you. Merci. Monsieur le Premier Ministre.
Thank you very much, Prime Minister.
France, Elizabeth Bourne, you have the floor.
Madam President of the European Parliament, Madam President of the European Commission, Prime Ministers, ladies and gentlemen, speakers of the national parliaments, ladies and gentlemen, commissioners, honorable members, ladies and gentlemen. For 70 years now, France has had the honor and the pride to host here in Strasbourg the center of democratic life of our union, the European Parliament. 70 years. An institution that was born in the aftermath of the war and in the early hours of a Europe desired to ensure peace, had a very quick intuition of a need for dialogue and political construction, an institution that has been marked by its men and women, its women and its men. Robert Schuman amongst the founding fathers, Simone Veil, the first woman president of the European Parliament, David Sassoli, this great European who left us in the early 2022. And it is you, all of you, the elected representatives of the European citizens, that bear its voice and its aspirations. 70 years, this is therefore an occasion to go back over our history. A path characterized by essential conquests. First, the members of the parliament were appointed by the national parliament, and then there was universal suffrage and direct elections that were decided in 1976, and the first elections were held in 1979. Since that very time, for 40 years now, you have become not just European representatives, but representatives of the European citizens. You represent them directly. Then there was a conquest of broader remit. Since the very beginning, the Parliament had a role of supervision, and then little by little has continued to increase its powers with every revision of the treaty, with further scrutiny, and all the way up through the Treaty of Lisbon in 2009 that consecrated co-decision as ordinary legislative procedure. All of this is a boon, of course, to the European Parliament, but also to Europe as a whole. Because each time the European Parliament increases its powers, Europe gains in democracy. Now, this democracy is a democracy that we will never fail to defend. At a time when some will assault Ukraine, at a time when authoritarian regimes would like democracy to be considered weak, we must be proud of our democracy, proud of our values, because we shan't forget that where authoritarian regimes where some would invade Ukraine, we understand very well that by invading Ukraine, Russia is attacking democracy and human rights, the very foundation of what we gather here to defend. And since the very beginning, the European Parliament has defended equality, freedom, and solidarity, and it brings a scathing rebuttal to those and these destructive attempts. The heart of democracy beats here in Strasbourg and has for 70 years. So this is an anniversary that I think is also an opportunity for us to look towards the future. In the immediate future, we will have legislative files to address that are of great importance. First and foremost, Fit for 55, as well as for the reform of the Schengen area that is so invaluable to our citizens, as well as conquering our sovereignty, our energy, digital, technological, and strategic sovereignty by implementing the Versailles Agenda. Now, this is not an exhaustive list. It does show, however, that you are at the very heart of all of the challenges of our time, and the upcoming months will be very packed indeed. You can count on France. We will favor agreements and work for a stronger Europe with heightened solidarity and more sovereignty. Under the authority of the President of the Republic, you can count on us to work for that. Then we will have the European Parliament elections. This is a democratic exercise that we carry out every 5 years and gives structure to our union. Allow me to express a wish then that this will be an opportunity for us to have true debates where we can make sure that we have a Europe that is put to the service of our citizens. Honorable members, I should finish where I began, Strasbourg. Strasbourg is a symbol. It wears the marks of history. And at this time, where nationalism is on the rise and tries to rewrite the past, at this time when war has returned to the European continent, we must continue to recall precisely where Europe has come from, what it has suffered, what we have achieved, and what we will continue to achieve. In fact, it is the embodiment of the reconciliation of the European people, our city of Strasbourg, and it shows the strength of the Union and the strength of peace. Each month, Europe's actors all gather in Strasbourg, and in doing so, they pay a great tribute to our history and the very idea of Europe. Of course, there are practical questions, and my government is fully engaged to finding responses to them. But that must not turn us away from what is essential. At its core, Strasbourg is a very idea of Europe. This idea of Europe that has been built over the course of time in different areas of Europe. It is a Europe that has its past, but it also has its common future. Now, this Europe that is a symbol of its people and its territories, and it's the best remedy against any type of Europe that would be technocratic or disconnected. Now, through you, with all of the European citizens, because of this anniversary affects us all, it's an important one, I wanted to be here with you. The vitality of the European Parliament is the vitality of Europe itself, hence my desire to be here with you. Thank you.
Merci beaucoup, Madame la Première.
Thank you very much, Madam Prime Minister.
Leaders who will have 2 minutes each, starting with the EPP group, Manfred Weber, to take the floor.
Madam President of the European Parliament, Commission President, dear Prime Ministers, 70 years, the European Parliament, our Parliament. I have to share with you my personal experience when I entered the first time into this institution, into this building. I fell immediately in love with this institution. I experienced the Parliament where everybody counts. I was young, 31 years old, and I immediately got the trust of my colleagues to deal with an important legislation in the Libe file, in the Libe committee. And dear colleagues, when you understand that diversity, to have a colorful perspective about different ideas to solve problems, when you understand that this diversity is an advantage, then you fell in love with the European Parliament. And that is what I did when I entered here the first time. It is a very thin line here in this House to have, on the one hand, the party political position in mind, but also the majority position when you are defending the interests of this institution, the Chamber of the European citizens. It is not the party that is in the center here, not the Chancellor, not the Prime Minister, not even the Commission President. It is
the bigger we, the bigger common interest, which finally is driving this institution. 70 years ago, we heard it, our colleagues gathered here in Strasbourg the first time. 7 years, you said it as Luxembourg Prime Minister, you said it, 7 years after the brutal Second World War had ended, unbelievable bravery, what they showed to us as Europeans. Today, it's now the right moment to celebrate this, a house of democracy, a place where all Europeans are represented, a place where our political ideas from the common good bring us together, a place where a multinational parliament with broad, real legislative power like no other in the world is present. My group, the EPP, has always believed that only a democratic, with a strong parliamentarian democracy, a democratic Europe is a Europe that has a future. Since its first official meeting of my group in June '53, my group contributed to strengthening this House, to being ambitious in the leadership in the spirit of cooperation with other political forces, and together we were successful. But now we can go further, probably even much further. After the big success in 2014, when the first time this House, Jean-Claude Juncker, Martin Schulz, managed that the Commission President was based mainly on a majority here in this House, 2019 we made other experiences. Now we have to prepare 2024. And the idea behind is that people see that if they go to vote, they participate, they decide about the majorities, we come here together as elected people and then we decide the program and also the candidates for the next 5 years who has the power to do it. The people in Europe see the direct link between their participation in elections and then the outcome on political terms. That is what we want to guarantee. And don't get me wrong, as an EPP group leader and as a EPP president, I'm very proud that the first elected female president of the European Commission is an EPP candidate and the youngest member, president of the European Parliament, also a female candidate, is an EPP member. So we don't need a quota for this. We are very proud about this. When we speak about the strengthening of the democracy, I want to underline that we should not continue legislative proposals based on Article 122. Sounds technical, is very democratically important. And we have to strengthen the European Parliament with the full right of legislative initiatives, with full rights on the budget, and with the full right of investigation in the interest of our citizens. So there is still a way in front of us, and I see the council members now in front of me. I would ask you, I really count on you, that council members are not doing these speeches here in this house, but also when they are at home, that we are strong in developing even a stronger European Parliament. And at a time of democracy is now under attack, like it is the case in Ukraine, we have to be the beacon of democracy for Europe and the world. It's a great honor to serve in this institution. All the best for the upcoming 70 years. Thank you.
Thank you very much, Mr. Weber. I now invite Irache Garcia Perez to take the floor on behalf of the S&D Group. Irache, you have the floor.
Gracias, Presidente.
Thank you very much, President. Ladies and gentlemen, this is a slightly unusual commemoration, we could say. When it comes to the Coal and Steel Union, its assembly, it wasn't really very similar to this parliament. It had 78 members from 6 countries. They were predominantly male delegates from national parliaments. And I say male delegates because, in fact, there was only one woman. And now we have a female president of the European Commission. I just need to correct Manfred Weber. It's not that she's an EPP candidate. She is our president, the president of the European Commission, voted for and supported for by this chamber. The presidents represent institutions. They represent what we all defend here. At the time, the Assembly did not have a hemicycle, and they were lent a room by the Council of Europe. And just imagine, now we have this fantastic building. When we see the direct elections in 1979, there was an increase in competences for the Parliament. It was a complete transformation. But perhaps the biggest change is that today we are here representing 500 million European citizens from 27 countries. At the time, Europe was divided by the Iron Curtain. The first president of the Assembly, Paul-Henri Spaak, said that this community had not been born to be against anybody, but was born of freedom. There are more and more people who are able to benefit from this peace and prosperity that comes from democracy and the rule of law. And that was the case, although there are still countries that are missing. We have North Macedonia and Albania that are now beginning their negotiations, and there are others such as Ukraine and Moldova who will join us. It is important to deepen our democracy. It is the cornerstone. We do not have war between democracies. But things change. This is a living parliament. The Conference on the Future of Europe has given us an idea about the path that we should follow, what our citizens expect of us, how we, for example, reacting more rapidly to crises, better managing migration, more social policies, working more based on solidarity. What this means is a more political union. And what has not changed is our objective to have a closer union. And I would say to parliamentarians, we are representatives not of our own countries, but of the whole European community. At least that is how I feel. When people from Hungary and Poland ask us not to abandon them when it comes to the authoritarian backsliding of their governments, for example. Some people, some conservatives say that the EU has gone astray from its origins, but I do not think that is the case. Those original delegates from 1952 understood that European democracy does not weaken national democracy, it strengthens it in the same way that European citizenship strengthens national citizenship. So now it is up to us to maintain that spirit and adapt it to our times. Thank you very much.
Thank you, Irache. I now give the floor to the President of the Renew Europe Group, Stéphane Séjourné. À vous la parole.
Merci beaucoup, Madame.
Thank you very much, Madam President. Madam Prime Minister, Mrs. Prime Ministers, this Parliament, as our European adventure, is a political miracle, an everyday political miracle in its 24 official languages, its 3 seats in Strasbourg, in Brussels, and in Luxembourg. In this chamber, hundreds of different national parties representing 27 different countries on various issues, the agricultural budget, various other issues. All of this was considered as acting before many other institutions, the vaccine, for example, energy prices, for example. This Parliament was the first to ask for a discussion and to adopt measures here. As of 2019, there are more than 18 million more people who went to cast their ballots. For 20 years now, in some countries, we're seeing more people turning out for European election votes than national election votes. The European Parliament, of course, understands more than its media sometimes, that this is where we're improving daily lives of our citizens, and it's for that very reason that we need to take that logical step right to the end, looking at the Conference on the Future of Europe that we initiated here in the European Parliament. More power for this Parliament means more efficiency for Europe. Give us the right of initiative, and you will be opening up solutions for asylum, immigration, economic affairs, issues that we're going to be dealing with before the end of our term of office this time around. Give us the budgetary power, and you'll have more investments in European sovereignty. Give us transnational lists, and you'll see a party that will be able to meet the challenges of the European Union.
Alors je sais que
I'm aware that my group can count on the support of the Prime Ministers present here, and I would like to thank them. I'd also like to ask the other groups to convince their governments and Prime Ministers this European Parliament has been elected in 27 member states by universal suffrage as a co-legislator. This was started off as a dream, has become a reality. So I'm sure we can go even further for European democracy, for our citizens, so that 18 million more electors will be able to go and vote in 2024. Thank you, Madam President. Thank you for having organised this event, and happy birthday to the European Parliament.
Merci, Stéphane.
Thank you, Stéphane. Now I'll give the floor to Philippe Lambert for the Greens. 2 minutes.
Le 14 juillet 2009, je devenais...
On the 14th of July 2009, I came to the European Parliament for the first time as a member. I will never forget how proud I was to become one of the 736 representatives of the citizens to safeguard the interests of those 450 million citizens. And I still feel that same pride today as we celebrate the 70th anniversary of our Parliament. The European Union was the first attempt to create a transnational democracy. Now, it may still be imperfect and incomplete, but it is a prototype to be developed in a world which is increasingly fragmented and polarized. Together, we represent just 5.6% of the global population. Acting together, united in our diversity, is the condition sine qua non to strengthen our sovereignty. And when I say sovereignty, I mean our ability to act autonomously and make decisions to determine our future. As this is our objective, the European Parliament needs to deal with 3 challenges as representative of European citizens. The first is our ambition. We need to make sure that our planet remains habitable for humans. We need to reduce growing social injustices. We need to help people who have been forcibly displaced from their countries. We need to have international law which is based on rules rather than violence. We are facing existential challenges. There can be a real challenge to fall back on an idealized comfort of the past. If the EU wants to really make a future in the 21st century, we need to rediscover our sense of daring and our pioneering spirit. The second challenge is that of finding compromises and agreements. We seem to be surrounded by polarized societies, antagonistic blocs, but our Parliament must show the strength of dialogue, of finding solutions. This is the only way to find lasting solutions that will guarantee that we can all peaceably live together. We need to show that our diversity and our differences are not difficulties to be overcome, but assets to help build our future. The third challenge is to preserve our democracy and our rule of law. These are the foundations on which our union is built. Without them, we would not have peace nor prosperity, which are essential for the human dignity of all and for these to be sustainable. We saw our democracies darken in the last century as a prelude to the horrors of the Second World War. We know that this political regime, which Churchill described as the worst except all of the others, is fragile and mortal. It is both urgent and opportune for us to see these assaults to our democracy, to the rule of law within the heart of our union. The European Parliament must respond to those attacks on our democracies, whatever member state it might be or whatever political party they come from. We should never forget that democracies will die first due to a lack of confidence in their institutions and those who run their institutions. You're right, there are still some men, and it was a lot of men at the beginning. It is incumbent on all of us to try and restore that conference. Our guiding point should always be the general interest of all and not just of the few. I believe that we can take on these challenges, and I believe this is the best possible place to build our common future. Thank you very much.
Thank you, Philip. And I give the floor to Marco Zani.
Grazie, Presidente.
Thank you, President. President von der Leyen, Prime Ministers, colleagues. 70 years have passed since the establishment of the Common Assembly of the ECSC in 1952. Europe was a very different place compared to what it is today. It was the aftermath of 2 world wars, and we were looking forward to peace and growth with great hope. At the time, the members of that assembly there were only 78 of them, and they were appointed by their national parliaments. And now there are more than 10 times as many members at some 705, and it's the European citizens who turn out to vote for us and to choose us to represent them. We are here to remind everyone of the values of democracy and the respect that we must have for our citizens that we represent here in this chamber. Now, the weight that we have as members of this parliament should be very much guided by the challenges that we face and of the aspirations that our citizens have in us and the institutions that we are part of. Democracy in a context, of course, of strange nationalism, cultures that are similar but have their own identity. We must respect all of these differences and not find a way to smooth over all of the edges. We must try to find that common interest that we have in finding solutions to our challenges and problems, quick ones in these challenging times that we are currently experiencing, and go back, of course, to that spirit of 1952 that led to the establishment of this very institution. At the time, it was true that it was the ECSC that was the full voice of all of the member states to be able to express autonomy for the continent, resources and energy. These are still topical issues today. Now, this fact, I think, should remind us all, make us think, how is it that we have come to the point that we are at today? At the outset, we made a political decision to delegate to other institutions because at the time, in the area of industrialization, we knew that we were pushed to make these decisions, third countries with issues related to energy and some of the big changes that meant that today we have to come up with hasty solutions to a crisis that will be with us for some time, unfortunately. Our predecessors have much to teach us, and I believe and I hope that today will be an opportunity for us all to go back to the very roots of this project and to shift course to give us the future that we need. Now, going back to this institutions, I think that we need to follow the following lines to make sure that we fully realize them. We need that democracy to make sure that they are representing those millions of citizens. When we're able to achieve this, then I think we can state very clearly that democracy is indeed respected and represented here in this chamber. Thank you.
Grazie Marco. I give the floor now on behalf of the ECR group to Richard Legutko.
Madam President, Prime Ministers, 2 minutes of truth, of bitter truth. And the bitter truth is that the European Parliament has done a lot of damage in Europe. It has been sending a false message. It represents European demos. There isn't, and there won't be, any European demos. The Parliament infected Europe with shameless partisanship. And the infection became so contagious that it spread to other institutions, such as European Commission. The Parliament has abandoned the basic function of representing people. Instead, it has become a machine to implement the so-called European project, thus alienating millions of voters. The Parliament has become a political vehicle of the left to impose their monopoly with their fierce intolerance towards any dissenting view. No matter how many times you repeat the word diversity, diversity is becoming an extinct species in the European Union, and particularly in this chamber. The Parliament is a quasi-parliament because it rejects the essential principle of parliamentarism, namely accountability. The deputy, let me remind you, is elected by the voters and must be accountable to the voters that elected him. Not so in the European Union. The idea that, say, Spanish, German, French, etc., deputies accountable to their own national electorates can dictate something to, shall we say, a Hungarian society or any other society to which they cannot be held accountable and which cannot take them to task is simply preposterous. Call it what you will, but democracy it is not. To sum up, the Parliament represents the demos that does not exist, works for the project that ignores reality and law, shuns accountability, turns its back on millions of people, and serves the interest of one political orientation. And this is just the tip of the iceberg. Having said that, ladies and gentlemen, I rest my case.
Professor Legutko, with your 2 minutes, you have indeed proven that pluralism and diversity and democracy actually exists in this House. I give the floor now to Madame Aubry on behalf of the Left Group.
Merci, Madame.
Thank you very much, Madam President of the Commission, ladies and gentlemen, Prime Ministers. Today we are celebrating the anniversary of the creation of the European Parliament, but we've seen its history today, which reveals the path that still has to be completed before we've achieved genuine democracy in the European institutions. And when I hear my colleague, Mr. Legutko, obviously there is a long road still to pursue. I see he's left the chamber. He doesn't want to stay to hear about what's going on. A symptomatic aspect of this, maybe you're not fully aware, ladies and gentlemen, but these initial speeches by the Prime Ministers were initially going to be the only speeches here, and the group leaders were not going to be able to take the floor. It would have left a debate in a very restricted fashion, so I think extending the debate to the group leaders was a good idea. Now, looking at the history of the European Parliament, and the birth of this European Parliament, we saw that at the start there was no universal suffrage at the time. It took 27 years before the first MEPs were actually directly elected by the citizens themselves. 27 years to wait to achieve what is deemed to be the most evident political basic thing. How long are we going to have to wait now before the MEPs will finally have the right to initiate legislation? How many decades will it take before our Parliament has decision-making powers on all of the legal texts adopted by the Union, and maybe to act more against people who are trying to avoid paying tax evasion, and we've seen that Luxembourg is at the heart of this. How many years before the political deals aren't going to be talked about and decided on behind closed doors, and heads of state and governments assume their political decisions? How many years before European citizens' initiatives and referendums be binding, and that the Commission be forced to take action? Europe is the only true democracy around the world. We know that it's the citizens who represent democracy. Until all that's achieved, we won't have achieved full democracy. I've heard you, Ms. Bourne, Mr. Bettel, Mr. De Croo, you're saying that democracy has to be bolstered. I've heard what you've said. But Mrs. Bourne, you were talking about democracy after what we've seen in France. Article 4953, we know that that is not going to happen in the European Parliament. How can you come here in Strasbourg and claim that you are a big Democrat when you haven't been able to do democratic bidding in Paris? We see that the conclusion of the Conference on the Future of Europe was very clear on these issues. Citizens don't want a Europe that is based on markets and competition, where the richest win the way, and where European leaders will finally have to look at redrafting the treaties fundamentally, and that's something that we expect and people out there expect too.
On that note, distinguished guests, fellow Europeans, I would like to invite you to stand for the anthem of the European Union. Thank you very much, dear colleagues. The sitting will be now suspended for a few minutes and we will resume with the votes right afterwards.
So, ladies and gentlemen, you hear that the members would like to vote. So please take your seats. Please take your seats. Dear colleagues, would you please all take your seats? And I would like to switch to German. Die Sitzung ist wieder aufgenommen.
The session's resumed. We have a point of order. Mr. Zani.
Grazie.
Thank you, President. I just wanted to remind you that this morning Roberto Maroni died. He was the Deputy Prime Minister of Italy and the Minister of the Italian Republic for many years, as well as a member of the Parliament for the Lombardy region and a member of the Parliament. And therefore, we have had a great political loss this morning because of his great contribution to everything that he has done in Europe for the last 30 years. But of course, we've also lost a pragmatic man, someone who was open to discussions with his political adversaries. So I should like to call on this chamber to remember him at this time as an Italian and a European politician.
Vielen Dank. Ich habe eine
Thank you very much. There's another point of order from Monika Benova.
Ďakujem veľmi pekne, pani predsedajúca. Ja viem, že chceme všetci.
Thank you very much. I know that everybody wants to move to the vote. I do apologize, but I'd like to react very sharply to President Orban of Hungary. I'd like to tell him that Slovakia, Romania, and other countries are sovereign countries. Given today's events, I would like to ask Hungary that they appreciate the territorial integrity of Slovakia and Hungary. Thank you very much. So there's some requests for urgencies. First of all, amending Council Regulation Euratom 2022-2093. Before the vote, only the mover and one speaker against may be heard, along with the chair or rapporteur of the committee. Would anybody in the chamber like to move the request for urgent procedure? No. The agenda. We move to the vote. On the urgency, those in favour? Against? Abstentions? Carried. The vote will be held on Thursday, 24th of November at 12 noon. The deadline for tabling amendments is 23rd of November at noon. The deadline for tabling split and separate votes is tomorrow, 23rd of November at 7 p.m. We have a second request for urgency on amending Regulation EU Euratom 2018-1046. Once again, I'd like to ask if anybody in the chamber would like to speak in favour or against this urgency procedure. That doesn't seem to be the case. We'll move to the vote. Those in favour? Those against? Abstentions? Carried. The vote will be held on Thursday, 24th of November at noon. The deadline for tabling amendments is tomorrow, 23rd of November at 12 noon. The deadline for tabling split and separate votes is tomorrow, 23rd of November at 7 p.m. The third request for urgency concerns the Macro-Financial Assistance Plus instrument for providing support to Ukraine 2023. Is anybody here who'd like to speak in favour or against this? That is not the case. Those in favour then? Those against? Abstentions? Carried. Once again, the vote will take place on Thursday, the 24th of November at 12 noon. Deadline for tabling amendments is tomorrow, the 23rd of November at 12 noon. The deadline for tabling split and separate votes is tomorrow, 23rd of November at 7 p.m. This brings us on to a proposal concerning the Council Regulation on the first item to be voted on. Court of Auditors, Court of Justice, Second Additional Protocol, Cybercrime Convention.
Das ist abgelehnt.
Rejected. Mr. Pexus report on appointing a member to the Court of Auditors, Kate Pentus-Rosimanis. Secret ballot. The vote is open.
Die Abstimmung ist.
The vote is closed. Carried. Closure of accounts to the European Board and Coast Guard Agency for the financial year 2022. Those in favour, those against, abstentions, carried. The report of Manu Pineda Protocol to the Euro-Mediterranean Interim Association Agreement. It's a roll call vote. The vote is open. The vote is closed. Carried. Evelyn Regner and Laura Volter's report, Gender Balance Among Non-Executive Directors of Companies Listed on Stock Exchanges. We don't need to vote on this. This is consent without a vote and is deemed approved.
Herzlichen Glückwunsch. Der Bericht von Herrn.
Congratulations, Mr. Michal Šimečka on resilience of critical entities. Roll call vote. The vote is open.
Die Abstimmung ist geschlossen.
The vote is closed. Carried. The first reading of Parliament has been concluded. Congratulations. Mr. Pierre Calakint, report on common fisheries policy restrictions to the access to Union waters. Amendment 9, roll call vote. The vote is open. The vote is closed. Carried. Joint, Amendment 10, against, abstentions, carried. Amendment 11, those in favour, against, abstentions, carried. The first reading of Parliament has been concluded herewith. Sonia Hahn's report on decisions on European Standardisation Organisations Provisional Agreement, Amendment 10. Roll call vote. The vote is open. The vote is closed. Carried. The first reading of Parliament is hereby concluded. Well, congratulations. I'll say it once for everybody. Angel Jambadsky's report, drivers of certain road vehicles for the carriage of goods or passengers, initial qualification and periodic training, single vote, roll call vote. The vote is open. The vote is closed. Carried. Mr. Daniel Kaspari's report, EU-New Zealand agreement. The vote on consent is a roll call vote. The vote is open. The vote is closed. Carried. Ms. Katerina Rinsema's report, amending decision 2015-2169 and conclusion of the free trade agreement between the European Union and the Republic of Korea. Consent will be carried out through roll call vote. The vote is open. The vote is closed. Carried. Mr. José Manuel Fernandes and Madame Valérie Ayer's report, borrowing strategy to finance next generation EU. Amendment 1, those in favour, against, abstentions, rejected. Amendment 2, those in favour, 3 parts. First part, those in favour, against, abstentions, carried. Second part, in favour. Amendment 3, those in favour, against, abstentions, rejected. And the vote on the resolution as a whole is a roll call vote. The vote is open. Carried. Before the final vote, I've been asked to say that those members who are on the speakers list for the first debate in the afternoon, that you should be recalled that you should stay in the chamber because the debate will start immediately following the votes. That brings us on to the final vote, the report of Christian Ehler, implementation report on the European Innovation Council. Single vote, roll call vote. The vote is open. The vote is closed. Carried. Congratulations.